Testing 1, 2, 3. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to a special meeting of Transportation Committee. We have one item on the agenda today, and that is the WLRT discussion and vote. Before we get into the meat of the meeting, I'd just like to say a few things before we start. WLRT is an important extension of the Confederation Line westerly. The project will see the Confederation Line extended to the west from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline Station. Ultimately, this will connect major educational and employment hubs throughout the city. It's important to recognize and take note that the $980 million budget identified for the Richmond Underground fits comfortably within the affordability model earmarked for future LRT expansion. Additional transit priority projects will be identified in the TMP refresh scheduled for committee and council later this year. Through input from the public, councillors and staff continue to work on identifying priority projects that will be included in this refresh and remain confident that the LRT network can be expanded to the south and the east while staying within our affordability limits. And this is important because what we're trying to do here, this is a city building exercise. We're trying to create a network for the whole city and all the residents. LRT is a massive undertaking, and it will fundamentally change how the city grows and gets around. It will allow us to more than double our public transit capacity through the downtown, solving gridlock in the core, and allow our transit system to accommodate our growing population. And it will make transit commutes cleaner, more comfortable and convenient, and more competitive with single-vehicle commutes. When Confederation Line opens in 2018, the trains will carry approximately 10,700 people per hour in each direction. By 2031, we expect they could be carrying 18,000 riders in each direction hourly, with more capacity available to meet future demand. We also need to remember that extending LRT with the Richmond Underground will effectively remove 1,500 buses per day in both directions from the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, just as Confederation Line will take them off our downtown streets. These buses will be replaced with highly efficient light rail trains that will reduce emissions, reduce noise, and provide safe, clean, and reliable transit to residents and visitors to the region. This project includes two new local walk-in stations at Cleary and New Orchard to serve the surrounding communities, who currently do not have any convenient access to any rapid transit service. Since the preferred corridor was first announced in April of this year, staff and our colleagues, myself included, have met with residents from across the city to hear their concerns and praises for this project. We have not only heard comments from the public, but also from the National Capital Commission Board of Directors, and not unlike the Confederation project, we will continue to work with the National Capital Commission on this project as it proceeds into the functional and detailed design stages. As I've consistently said, if you compare the two projects, the consent, if you will, or the approval from the NCC for the Confederation Line came much, much further along in the process than where we currently are with WLRT. So we'll continue down that path. We'll continue to have those discussions. We'll continue to work with the NCC board and its staff to address the concerns that they have raised throughout the process. Staff have worked continuously on this project, and I'm very happy to see that a number of the concerns raised have been addressed, and we will continue to work towards addressing remaining concerns the best we can, taking into account, again, our transit priorities throughout the city and the affordability of the overall project. So I'm going to begin the meeting at this point. There are no regrets filed to date, which is good to see. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay. And so we are going to move on to the one and only item on the agenda today, which is the Western LRT Corridor Planning and Environmental Assessment Recommended Corridor. And we will start with a staff presentation from Ms. Sheppers, which will be about 20 minutes in length, as I understand it. We will then hold questions for staff, move on to public delegations, and questions arising from them, and then we will move into questions directly to staff and debate on the issue. So, Ms. Shepherd, I'm going to turn the room over to you for the next 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I start, I just want to introduce who's here with me at the table. To my right, I have Vivi Chi, who is the Manager of Transportation Planning. Next to her is David Hopper, who is the lead with Delcan, the consultant who has been working on this study. Cornel Mucci is sitting next to David Hopper. He is the key staff lead within the transportation planning area. And, of course, Marion Similik, the City Treasurer. So again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm here to speak to the next phase of the Confederation Line, the Western LRT Corridor Planning and Environmental Assessment Study from Bayview to Baseline. Je suis ici présent pour parler de la prochaine phase de la ligne de la Confédération, la planification du couloir ouest, du transport en commun par train léger et l'étude d'évaluation environnementale des stations Bayview à Baseline. Just want to remind you that threading this important transit service through the vibrant, well-established neighborhoods, while finally allowing these communities to benefit from rapid transit service, is not an easy task. Let me emphasize that Council today, the report that's in front of you, is asking you to approve the corridor and directing that the work that will be done in the functional design phase, which will be completed leading to the filing of the environmental assessment in 2014. Again, just a reminder, what you're approving today will be an input into the Transportation Master Plan, but you are not making a Transportation Master Plan decision today. As I go through the presentation, I'm going to highlight the work that will be done, which you can see listed on page 12 and 18 in the report. To start, I would like to provide you with a brief overview of the presentation. So I'm going to start by giving the context of the study to date. I'm going to provide information on the study findings, including speaking to the preferred alignment identified by staff in April of this year. As most of you are aware, over the last number of months, we've heard from both the public and the National Capital Commission regarding their concerns with the preferred alignment. I will speak specifically to the concerns expressed along the 1.2-kilometer stretch from Dominion Station to Cleary and measures that have been developed to date to address the concerns expressed by the public and the NCC. I will also provide information on the two new stations proposed, one at Cleary and at New Orchard. And following this, we will follow the line and discuss the LRT alignment through the Pinecrest Creek corridor from Lincoln Fields to Baseline Station. To close, I will address some of the outstanding concerns that have been raised by both the public and the NCC and the study team's next steps. Just a reminder, the study, which began in 2009, it started when Transportation Committee approved the scope of work focused on extension of the Confederation Line westerly from Bayview to Baseline Station. So the map that you see on the screen in front of you comes from the 2008 Transportation Master Plan, and it illustrates the rapid transit spine needed to support transit growth in the city until 2031. The map identifies the Confederation Line in green, and as you know, that's under construction. The current O train and the future LRT from Bayview south to South Keys Station and continuing to Beausville, with a spine to the airport, and west from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline Station. When completed, our system will connect major institutions like Algonquin College, Carleton, and Ottawa U, as well as major employment hubs and several shopping and recreational facilities, including major green space, for example, Dow's Lake and the Ottawa River Parkway. So as mentioned during the previous slide, the 2008 TMP identified a continuation of the Confederation Line West to Baseline Station as a high priority. The study area, identified here in yellow, included an area defined from Bayview West to Lincoln Fields and Baseline Station, and from the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway south to Carling. As you will recall from the June 2012 Western LRT interim report, the original 15 corridors included Carling and the O-Train corridor in the south. They also included a variety of northern connections that make use of the transitway, and in one case, the full Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. These options also included several hybrid choices that partially use the transitway connecting to Carling using a variety of north-south corridors west of Tunney's Pasture. In June 2012, when staff were presenting this interim report, and we gave you the preliminary analysis of the 15 corridors that I just mentioned, Council was not satisfied that enough work had been done on the Carling corridor, and you were not satisfied that the work adequately considered and reflected the community concerns. Further, given that both the NCC and the City were in the process of long-range planning initiatives, Council directed that interim findings be used to inform the final recommendations. Following Council direction of June 2012, staff revisited the Carling option and looked at ways to further reduce the cost and reduce the impact on the transportation system as a whole, without compromising the network. Upon further study of Carling, a number of significant challenges remained. Cost is just one of many. As a rapid transit corridor, Carling compromises the overall network and complicates transit operations. Current communities along the existing transitway will continue to expect high-quality transit service, which would require continued use of the parkway for the foreseeable future. Further, the elevated solution would be potentially very visually intrusive. Placing the 7.1 kilometers of Carling underground to mitigate that visual intrusion only increases the cost of this option. The study team looked at different options along Carling Avenue, including the option here shown on the screen. The solid lines represent where the train would be at grade. Where the line is dashed, at the east end, the line would be underground. The white striped lines are the elevated sections. Essentially, the system is elevated through all major intersections, including the intersection with the Queensway. The shaded area along the river shows the area where supplementary service would continue to be required. A primary rapid line along Carling would create significant transit service disconnects within the network. Additionally, Bayview, Tunney's, Westboro, and Dominion Station would be removed from the rapid transit network. As well, in order to accommodate a continuous Carling LRT line from Lincoln Fields to LeBreton Flats, the O train from South Keys would have to terminate at Carling Avenue, therefore compromising the city's successful O train service. Through various evaluations, the Richmond Underground from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline Station has been identified as the top scoring corridor. I would like to mention that in May of this year, the study team met with NCC staff to evaluate using specific NCC criteria, those criteria that would reflect the specific capital interests. We reviewed at that time the top 4 northern alignments as well as 3 additional refined alignments. During this evaluation, R12, the Richmond Underground, without mitigation measures, scored higher than the other 6 alignments that we looked at. As part of the study, a number of meetings have taken place. These include public open houses, meetings with community associations from Kitchissippi, Bay, and College Wards, consultation group meetings, and meetings with NCC officials and the Board of Directors. Since April of this year, staff have held 2 public open houses, 2 sets of consultation group meetings, and various meetings with NCC, including 2 presentations to the Board of Directors. It was through these meetings that the public and the NCC expressed their concerns with the project and ideas on how to improve the line and the access to the service by the community. There have been many issues raised by both the public and NCC officials, including protecting valuable green space along the Byron Linear Park and the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway corridor, maintaining access to the waterfront and pathway network within the Parkway and Pinecrest Creek corridors, and noise and safety concerns. Richmond Underground preferred route as initially presented went a long way to address a number of concerns that the city had previously heard. Where it failed was in the section from Dominion to Cleary, where we heard that the at-grade solution did not adequately address connectivity concerns, visual intrusion, noise and safety, and the protection of the cultural landscape of the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. In addition, options to address these mitigations needed to be technically feasible, a requirement I'm sure you will agree we all share. Since the preferred corridor was first announced in April, staff have addressed concerns with pathway connectivity and access to the river's edge, impacts on green space, visual intrusion, and noise and safety by, first of all, burying the 700-meter section from Rochester Field to Cleary Station. We've introduced natural ventilation options. We shifted the Dominion Station northerly away from the residential area on Dominion and Berkeley, and we've covered the Cleary Station. Just to give you a bit of orientation here, you can see the Cleary Station on the right and Dominion Station on the left, and essentially this is the 1.2-kilometer section that we would be impacting the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, as shown there, and Rochester Field is also labeled. So to date, the city has identified the feasibility of burying a portion of the line along the southern edge of the parkway lands. As you can see here, a short section of the line is at grade as it leaves Dominion Station, entering the tunnel just east of the residential neighborhood in the vicinity of Fraser Avenue. The tunnel essentially continues from this point until it emerges just north of Lincoln Field Station, with 2 new stations added, one at Cleary, which you can see and labeled here, and a second one at New Orchard. So how did we bury over 700 meters of that 1.2-kilometer section? So fortunately, we have a natural ground elevation in the area that is allowing us to have minimal impact in that area. So we looked at the natural elevation, and recognizing the water table, the train can be cost-effectively buried with natural venting along the northern edge. What this slide shows you is a cross-section of the buried section looking east from Cleary Station. It shows the train box, and further along, where you can see the pathway coming up on top of the box, there's a ventilation opening on the north side of the box facing the river. It also shows you the existing water main running in the easement behind the existing homes in this area. So as I've said, here we took advantage of the dip in the area, and the cross-section shown includes filling in of the old CPR rail ditch line, as well as leveling some of the adjacent backyards. As you can see, the solution addresses the concerns raised about visual intrusion, connectivity, noise, and safety in this area. This slide shows the existing design on the left of the pedestrian crossing at New Orchard, alongside how a similar design might be applied within this section. The similar design would naturally meet regulated venting requirements for tunnels, while at the same time providing some daylight opportunities for train customers. This is just one of a number of ventilation options available, and as the project progresses, the functionality and design of the natural ventilation requirement will be further studied. So this slide is another view of the natural ventilation from the berm, and it's a close-up of the previous slide showing the pathway coming up on top of the box and the natural ventilation facing out to the river on the left. So a picture is worth 1,000 words. This photo shows the existing slope behind the condos in the 700 block along Richmond Road. As you can see, the grade falls off from the area where the privacy fence is down to the property line. Through assessment by the city's forestry department, it has been determined that the vegetation in this area, some of it is in a state of decline. And I just want to point out that there is a lot of ventilation here, and we'll move to the next slide. It shows you what this could look like with the yards leveled off behind the corridors out to the top of the train. Should the community and the NCC agree, the city would look at options to do some early planting in the area, specifically along the property line, to mitigate, do some advanced mitigation for the loss of trees in this area. Dominion Station today, and this is a photo of it looking from the river to the condo, the Barclay. It's located where the current transitway trench begins, so at the junction of the transitway itself and the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. So the station that will be proposed will provide improved service to existing and proposed developments. Following the June 17th public open house, we heard a number of concerns from residents regarding the proximity of the station house to the homes along the corridor. Additionally, concerns were expressed regarding the mature trees, the ones that you see directly behind the bus, that border the edge of Rochester Field. As a result of these concerns, staff have revisited the alignment and the location of the Dominion Station. This aerial view looking at the Dominion Station from Dominion shows the proposed station. As seen in this image, we are currently working on shifting the alignment and station north away from Roosevelt, Berkeley, and the Dominion Avenues. Please note that improved connectivity in this area will be added to the area across and around the station. So currently, the photo that you saw of the station, it is a station that to access it is through a pathway. This will be a much improved station for the community in the area, fully accessible, and adding an additional crossing at the station itself to connect some of the pathways in this area. So following the recent meeting with neighboring residents, we heard that access from Rochester Field to the Parkway corridor was important and should be maintained. So this slide shows the pathway connectivity from Rochester Field over the berm and onto the Parkway lands. And I just want to point out that Rochester Field is owned by the National Capital Commission, and so we have taken and applied some pathways in there, and clearly this would be something that would be developed more as we go forward with our partners at the National Capital Commission. You can also see at the top of the slide, you can see the river and the Sir John A. Macdonald. You can see the open, shallow trench that the train will be in, and then Richmond Road at the south. So this is another view of Rochester Field looking north from Richmond Road. And here we see a large area that allows for pedestrians and cyclists to easily access the Parkway corridor. Just want to point out the existing pathway in this area. It is well used, but it is basically a grass pathway that's just well worn by the community who use that. So we heard from both the public and the NCC regarding concerns with the open trench along Rochester Field. Therefore, during the functional and detailed design stages of the project, we will be looking at options of further burying this 500-meter section of trench. So moving along, this is Cleary Station, and it's a view from the Continental. So the buried section along Skeed, so the section adjacent to the residences that are to the north of the condo in this area, provides opportunities to replicate the current open access enjoyed by local residents from the neighboring community that often use Skeed Avenue as their entry point to the Parkway corridor. The City and the NCC recognize that many cyclists and pedestrians access the pathways along the river's edge by unofficial and unsafe crossways of the Parkway lanes. Therefore, as part of our current planning work, both at Dominion and Cleary, we are planning on including protected crossings across the LRT corridor, as well as the Parkway lanes. And again, you can see the crossing is pointed out here, and we're replicating the type of construction that exists at New Orchard. Of course, additional work to identify the best locations of these accesses will be done in consultation with the NCC as they further advance their vision for the Parkway. Further, we've addressed concerns from local residents on the open-air station and the impacts this will have on noise and being able to see into and from the station platform. So in order to address these concerns, we have looked at ways to cover the station platform, including possibly a green roof that is shown here in this image. As we've seen in other parts of the city, transit upgrades like this one tend to rejuvenate underused areas and promote city building principles. In this case, we've already been contacted by the owner of the property where the proposed Cleary Station House will be placed, who is willing to work with the city to integrate possible development with a new station in this area. So here's an aerial view, and again, moving along the corridor to the next station, to New Orchard Station. This is the second of two new stations to serve the community in this area. It's going to serve residents of the Woodruff North and Wood Park communities. As we proceed with the functional and detailed design stages of the project, we will continue to look at ways to minimize the impacts on the neighboring residents, including reducing the size and footprint of the station and possibly shifting the station further to the west. Here's another view of New Orchard looking east from Byron. I also want to point out that additional work, and I'll refer to that at the end in terms of localized traffic impacts. The local community is very interested in understanding how the local community will access this and how it might impact cut-through traffic. So this next slide shows the section between the Queensway, and so the Queensway is labeled here, and you can see Baseline Station at the bottom, and Lincoln Fields is labeled at the north of the line. So this section covers the section between the Queensway and Lincoln Fields. So between that section, you'll see both bus and rail technology, which will coexist with a new ramp from the Queensway constructed to seamlessly connect the busway lanes to the Queensway. So the red in this diagram represents the rail line, and the blue represents the bus rapid transit line. The additional ramp in that northeast corner of the intersection of the Queensway and the current Southwest Transit Way would be removed in Stage 2 of the Transportation Master Plan. And just to point out that in the Transportation Master Plan, we have looked at rail being extended to the west. And in that case, we would need to create a junction in the Pinecrest Creek corridor, and the BRT lanes at that point between Lincoln Fields and the Queensway, including the Whitehaven ramp, would be removed at that time. And as you have been directed in the work of the Transportation Master Plan, the timing of LRT to Bayshore and potentially bypassing Stage 1 is currently being investigated. So this is Iris Station, and there was a number of options developed for the Iris Station. And the preferred option for Iris maintains connectivity, which is important for the community. The LRT line is grade separated, and there will be some impact on the Pinecrest Creek. However, at functional design, the study team will look for ways to minimize that impact, including ensuring all the pathways through this section of the corridor are fully protected and connected. So following Council approval of this report, staff will undertake additional work as part of the functional design leading to the filing of the environmental assessment. So once you have selected a corridor, which is the decision that is in front of you today, staff will undertake to do a number of more detailed analysis on geotechnical, on the water table, noise studies, and we will be furthering the design. Now, I just want to highlight some of the specific things that we will be looking at based on the input that we have received from the NCC and from the community. So we will look at reducing the height of the berm and the visual impact on the adjacent community. We will look at covering the remaining 500 meters through Rochester Field. We will be identifying the likely construction techniques that would be applied and looking at how the staging and implementation would be managed to, again, minimize the impact on the community. We would be revisiting the Dominion, Cleary, and New Orchard stations, both to include shifting the stations away from the homes and reducing the size and footprint of the station houses. We're going to look at minimizing localized impacts on adjacent communities, including kiss and rides and potential cut-through traffic at all stations to ensure that neighborhoods are respected. Pathway connectivity and access to the waterfront will be explored along the Parkway corridor, and the connectivity through the Pinecrest Creek corridor as well. And finally, developing a tree mitigation plan, including, as I mentioned earlier, a possible option for early planting, given that this construction won't happen for many years, and if we do some early plantings, it might help to alleviate some of the impact of the tree removal along the Parkway. The concerns identified will be addressed during the functional and detailed design stages of the project, and as with any city project, the city will continue to refine the designs of the Western LRT alignment, the station, and other aspects of the project to ensure it fits comfortably within the fabric of the community. So just in terms of schedule, the next step would be to be in front of Council on July 17th. And then we would use the decision that Council makes, and it will inform the 2013 TMP, which we are expecting to table this fall. We will then be continuing with the functional design and the EA documentation, as I have outlined, and filing of the EA we expect would happen in Q1 of 2014. I thank you for your attention.
very much, Ms. Shepherd. I'm going to ask committee to hold their questions for staff until we have heard from the delegations. And the first delegation is Mr. Jacques Vachon. And on deck after Mr. Vachon will be Seema Lamba and Bruce Bergen. Good morning, Mr. Vachon. Welcome.
Where do I sit? Right here?
Right there is just fine.
Okay. So good morning and thank you. My name is Jacques Vachon, and I represent a 94-unit condo on Dominion Avenue. And I'd like to submit the following to the committee members. The Parkway, as we all know, this is not moving. Is there a reason it's not moving? Thank you. Which one is it?
The right arrow.
Thank you very much. The Parkway is one of Ottawa's historic showcase routes, built at great cost for all Canadians to enjoy a park-like blend of natural and landscaped environment on the shores of the Ottawa River. This is no place for trains, and I didn't think I'd have to remind people of that. Certainly not city planners. NCC directors have said, put it underground. On the June 29, 2013, the NCC board unanimously voted 2 conditions: provide unimpeded, continuous access to the corridor lands, and have minimal visual impact on the corridor landscape quality. The route does not meet those conditions, nor does the report before you today even contain those conditions. Visual impact is anything but minimal. The route will decimate hundreds of mature trees that are there now. The proposed cut and berm solution starting at Skeet Street will leave a shallow earth cover on which little of significance can grow. The box is not buried deep enough along the entire length of the corridor to restore the park to something akin to what it is today. The route impedes access to the NCC corridor lands almost continuously. Contrary to what Ms. Shepherd said, it is not a short section. It's the first 500 meters after Dominion, which is exposed and fenced in, completely blocking access. The 700-meter cut and berm, it is not clear, but it seems to us that it's going to create a very high berm if you bury it halfway, which means about 5 meters, which will require a very long slope to make it accessible in any way, which cannot be done because the corridor is quite narrow in some areas. And the concrete bunker approach to Cleary Station blocks access for the remaining section. It is clear that the route does not meet conditions for visual impact and continuous access. City planners say they will only examine some of the issues. The NCC head is quoted as saying that the best and the most obvious solution would be to put the entire 1.2 kilometers underground. It would seem that city planners are paying very little heed to what the NCC is saying. Where are we headed? There are many potentially costly issues which are still unresolved. Conflict with the NCC, potential costs of NCC board conditions, potential costs of additional NCC measures in board conditions, potential costs of a full underground solution as required by NCC board conditions, potential cost of full restoration of wooded areas, potential cost of the very likely possibility of a high water table in the area, and I understand potential costs of Pinecrest stormwater system modifications. Can the cost really be contained, or is a full business case required? Do councillors really have all the information they need to decide today? Oops, sorry. The NCC is asking for more information. They've asked the city return to the board not only with more information, but with a detailed study including costing for an underground LRT in September. The NCC wants to make an informed decision. Why should the standards be any lower for city councilors? I call on committee members to reject this motion. The preferred route cannot be approved, nor functional design proceed until city planners have provided the NCC with the required information as well as costing for a full underground LRT in September. City planners can demonstrate they have fully integrated NCC conditions and comments in their plans. City planners have demonstrated they have accounted for the cost of integrating those conditions. City councilors have all the information needed. I call on committee members to reject this motion and put a cap on spending until such time as more information is available in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vachon. Are there any questions for the delegation? I see that Councillor Hobbs.
Let Ellen go first.
Okay. Before I go to you, Vice Chair, I just wanted to point out, Mr. Vachon, I will be introducing a motion a little bit later in the meeting, which very specifically responds to the NCC concerns and what staff is going to be doing going forward to continue to work with the NCC. So it's a good point that you raised. It's very much on our radar, and we have some specific motion to go forward today to address that concern and move the process forward. So thank you for that.
I'm just reacting to what I was provided.
No, I appreciate that, and we have been working to prepare for this meeting and to prepare for these motions. So I appreciate that, and as I say, it's a reasonable point, and we are going to address it. Vice Chair Hubley.
Thank you. No, you just covered off good points. I'm just wondering if maybe we should put that motion on the table now to avoid more of this all day.
Yeah, we can certainly have that motion up on the screen. Sorry, I was just seeing whether we could get the motion up on the big screen. We can't, but I can certainly read it out at this juncture. It's on the smaller screens, but I can read it out. Whereas staff have identified the Richmond Underground as the preferred route for the LRT extension west from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline Station, and whereas the preferred alignment requires 1.2 kilometers of federal lands along the southern edge of Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway corridor, and whereas through public consultation and discussion with our federal partners, concerns were expressed regarding the visual impacts of the train along the parkway lands, impacts on the natural landscape, connectivity to the pathway system and riverfront, and noise and safety, and whereas through additional preliminary design work, the city has identified the feasibility of burning 700 meters from the western edge of Rochester Field to Cleary Station, and whereas the remaining 500 meters length along the northern edge of Rochester Field would be at grade and fenced, and whereas on June 28, 2013, the NCC Board of Directors passed the following motion, and then the motion in its entirety is embedded in our motion, whereas the timeline proposed by the NCC through their June 28, 2013 motion are not feasible, and whereas during the Confederation Line project, the City of Ottawa completed the DOTT environmental assessment prior to receiving NCC approval, and whereas it is not expected the final approval from the NCC will be forthcoming until a contract is to be awarded for the construction of the WLRT, and whereas the consideration and approval of the Transportation Master Plan scheduled to take place in the fourth quarter of 2013 will comprise the conclusion of the comprehensive transportation process in which the City is presently engaged, and whereas the recommendations in the report before committee and council has not specified a date for the posting of the notice of commencement process to commence the formal environmental assessment process under Ontario Regulations 231/08, therefore, be it resolved that if approved by committee and council, the Richmond Underground be included in the 2013 TMP refresh scheduled for completion this year, and that the notice of completion of the environmental project be posted in Q1 2014. And therefore, be it further resolved that staff be directed to continue to work with the NCC during the functional and detailed design stages of the WORT project to address the concerns raised by the NCC Board of Directors. And therefore, be it resolved that the City inform the NCC Board of Directors Chair in writing the outcome of this direction. So that's the motion that will be proceeding when we get to the debate portion, Mr. Vachon. And as you see, we very specifically include the NCC's very specific concerns, and I will be bringing this motion, I will be certainly supporting this motion, as I believe most of the committee, if not all the committee members will, to make the point that we will continue to work with the NCC. It's not really a question of if we will work with the NCC, it's a question, as you can see in the preamble, there are some timing issues about when this kind of work and when this kind of information can be made available. And we are committed to working with the community and with the NCC. One of the things that I'm doing during the presentation, Mr. Vachon, is I'm making notes of the concerns raised by delegations such as yourself, and when you're all done, the various delegations, and before we move into questions to staff, I will be directing staff on behalf of the committee to continue to work with the residents on the issues that have been enumerated by the various delegations. So
what you're suggesting here is that all this, if you boil it down, means that you're going to continue working with the NCC? Is that what I'm hearing?
We will absolutely continue to work with the NCC as we did on the Confederation line, and not only will we continue to work with the NCC in a general way, but as we've embedded their specific concerns in the motion, that is what we are going to be focusing on in our work with the NCC going forward.
I'm sorry, I don't see the conditions anywhere embedded.
Well, I didn't read out that part because they're quite lengthy, but as I say, I can if you like. But one of the whereases is the entire text of the NCC motion.
Does it specifically refer to the...
Why don't I just read it?
Well, hold on a sec. There were actually 5 things that were requested. So you have 2 conditions, and then it goes on about submitting a full costed underground option by September. Is that in there?
No, it's not in there, and as I explained, that's not something that, and I'll turn to Ms. Shepherd for more detail, but that is not something that is achievable within the timeline. And that is something that we would deal with down the road, as in any normal construction project, at the detailed design phase. So, but the motion that was passed by the NCC is embedded in our motion, and so we're specifically going to have the discussions and do the work with the NCC on the basis of the motion that they've passed.
And is there a timeline for this? And why isn't there a timeline in here?
Councillor Harder, do you have a point?
Yeah, yes, it is. Could we proceed in our normal fashion here? I don't think that it's in order for this gentleman, the delegation, to be yicking and going back and forth with you. It's not normal procedure.
I hear you,
Councillor. May I
Councillor.
just add that all of us just saw the motion ourselves.
Yeah. No, it's a point well taken.
Order.
It's a point well taken.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Yes, I see that Councillor Clark wishes to ask some questions of the delegation. Councillor Clark.
You took yours, is it? Councillor Hobbs is next. Oh, okay, that's fine. I take it that you would be in favor of the NCC paying to bury that part of the line?
Would you say that again?
I said you're in favor of the NCC paying to bury that piece of
I never said that. Where did you read that in my presentation?
Well, the point is, the NCC with no fiscal responsibility can make all the statements at once. And at the end of the day, it's going to have to be a subject for negotiation. And that's where that's coming from. And I really think that the NCC has really limited authority. They've lost some this year. They took away probably the only thing the NCC did well, which was the festivals. So I augur that the government be happy to take more away from them.
Well, I'd like to respond to that. The NCC has a mandate to protect lands for all Canadians. And therefore, we support that mandate. This is going to be there. It is Councillor Clark, isn't it? All right, okay. This is going to be here, Councillor Clark, for at least 100 years. You're proposing to go through federal parkland. Nobody in his right mind would offer this in any other G8 capital of the world. Would you go through Hyde Park? Would you go through Bois de Boulogne? Would you go through Parliament Hill? Would you go on the canal? I think this is reckless and does not demonstrate responsibility towards the citizens of Ottawa or Canadians.
Representing, well, you're on the board of this condo?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And that's 94 units.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I happen to live by the park, and therefore I'm perhaps in a position to be able to see what you're doing to it, or proposing to do to it. Don't try to minimize the 94 units that are there.
I'm pointing out that the numbers. We have
Yeah, well, the NCC...
900,000 people that we try to accommodate, and you're one of them.
And the NCC is trying to protect the Canadian heritage of these parks for 35 million Canadians.
Councillor Clark, do you have a further question?
Oh, I think I've attached the significance to this.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Hobbs, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Vachon, for coming today. I noticed your presentation. It really is at the macro level. It's dealing with the entire issue through the preferred route. But to get down to the micro level, for the Barclay itself, where you live, what are your chief concerns? And I'm asking this because, you know, a fully underground solution there might mean the elimination of every tree that's there today, or, you know, there might be great changes to the landscape right by your building. So I'm just wondering what is a key thing to you here that, given where you live, that we should be paying attention to?
Well, first of all, I live in Canada. So,
but I'm asking you, Mr. Vachon.
I know you are. I know.
I've heard that.
Yes.
I've heard what you've said, and I appreciate what you've said. So, but I really want to get down to, you know, as a representative for Kitchissippi, I need to know what your concerns are as a resident in that building.
Between you and I, you know very well what my
I'm asking you to say it for the public delegation today, because my fellow councillors do not know, and this is the information they need to know.
All right. So I'm concerned that there are hundreds of trees that are going to be destroyed. I also recognize that we have to do our share as citizens of this city. Therefore, I understand that the route may go through there, but I want to see a solution whereby trees can be replanted on top of this box underground, and it is sufficiently underground so that large mature trees can one day grow on it.
Okay, so just to recap, so the basic concern where you are here at Dominion and Berkeley is the trees, which that they remain or that they be replanted. But you'd be okay with the route here?
I would be okay with it with a real underground solution, as the NCC has pointed out.
And even if that means you will lose every single tree to get that, and they'd be replanted, you'd be
If I
okay with
have
that?
hope that they will be replanted and that one day we will have a wooded area similar to what we have today, I would be satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming out today.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my question really wouldn't be for the delegation, more of a request to staff, not a question, but that in the interim between now and when we do get to the debate portion, if you could take Mr. Vachon's PowerPoint presentation, perhaps be able to speak to some of the points in it. When I viewed it up there, I think there are some inaccuracies in it. I won't go as far as to say they're downright wrong, but there are some inaccuracies in it, particularly with respect to the the tree issue that Councillor Hobbs just raised. I'd like to hear an answer to that as to, exactly what is the definition of the word significant. What could be planted on top or beside of the box, and is it a tree? Is it a shrub? Is it a bush? What is significant, so that we can bring some kind of clarity to some of the assertions made in the presentation. Thank you.
You want me to answer that?
Any other questions, Councillor Taylor? Councillor Flaherty, please.
Just following my colleague, Councillor Clark's questions, I'm wondering, Mr. Vachon, if you could explain to me, in a yes or no format, do you have a mandate from the 94 units to come today and speak on what you just did in terms of the presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm now going to call upon Seema Lamba and Bruce Bergen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors, staff, Shepherds, Councillor Hobbs. My name is Bruce Bergen. I'm with the McKellar Park Community Association, and Seema Lamba is also with the association. We'll be splitting our time today. The McKellar Park Community Association, or MPCA, represents one of the communities directly impacted by all of the northern routes that have been proposed by the Western Light Rail Transit Corridor. Our association co-hosted an open consultation on May 5th in our neighborhood with our community after the proposed Richmond Underground Transit line was unveiled by the city in April, because we wanted to get input from the community about their impressions and concerns regarding the proposal. And so we've got a report entitled LRT Report, in which we collected the responses from the community, and that report has also been provided to you as part of our submission. These remarks are abridged, and we've also provided our submission. Overall, the McKellar Park Community supports comprehensive transportation planning that addresses current and emerging transportation issues for present and future users. We also want to be served by good transit choices that are effective in meeting our transportation goals and are efficient and affordable. Having seen the agenda, we can't support the recommendation that the committee is being asked to adopt, in particular the first recommendation. And our remarks are intended to provide a summary of the concerns that have been raised by residents in our community regarding the proposed Richmond Underground option. I guess the first point is, why not Carling? The Carling route continues to be an overriding question. The expectation was that there would be a comprehensive analysis and a comparative look at all of the options that would be easily accessible to the public for consideration and comment by the public before the city chose a route. The community also had the expectation that there would be a transparent process involving multiple stakeholders to identify the preferred route, and those who objected to the route would have their concerns answered by the city. At the April open house held by the city, many residents present, not just from our community, stated that they favored a Carling route. And then we were surprised that a route had been chosen by the city, and that many stakeholders, including the community businesses and the NCC, were, I guess, blindsided by that. It is made clear at that meeting Carling was off the table, and the city was now only concerned with mitigating the preferred northern route. it seems that the goalposts on the project have moved from assessing whether what the best route is to serve both urban and suburban users, and to finding the cheapest and fastest route for future extensions beyond the Western LRT. Our submission contains further details. Seema.
Another issue is around the intensification and traffic. There are legitimate questions regarding the possibility of greater densification in areas close to the proposed new LRT stations at Dominion, Cleary, and New Orchard. During this process, the city de-emphasized the impact of the proposed new stations at Cleary and New Orchard and the upgrading of the station proposed for Dominion. The city had previously, in previous forums that we've been in, had emphasized intensification as a companion to a development of light rail transit. Now it appears that the message we're hearing is that there's going to be little intensification impact around these proposed stations and little increased traffic as a result of dropping passengers off. So we still, from our perspective, there's some questions still remain to be answered. Mitigation as well. Overwhelmingly, the proposed northern routes have been a great concern to our community and our neighboring communities as well. As we've seen with the grassroots organizations like Neighbors for Smart Western Rail and Underground Solution Groups. Every northern route that's been proposed has a potential severe impact on our green space, parks, shaded pathways, and recreational opportunities, in turn impacting a walking and biking culture in our neighborhood. Unless mitigated properly to maintain their qualities, these environmental and social assets are in jeopardy of being degraded with each of the proposed northern routes, and the preferred route in particular. This is important when suburbs are built, as green space and parks are part of the planning process for new communities, and their and as well there's intensification in our communities. Well, we don't have options to have more parks or more green space, right? So we really have to preserve it. So we want to preserve the green spaces all along the Ottawa River, the Parkway, and Rochester. As well, even though there's support for the Carling, if there is going to be fully underground, if there is going to be going through the northern routes, it has to be fully underground west of Dominion Station. So in conclusion, we encourage the Transportation Committee to reconsider this recommendation and look at Carling again, as well as to do the right thing. And we are concerned with the NCC recommendation. What will happen if the NCC does insist on completely being underground? What will be the reaction of this committee in the city, and what will they do? I'll conclude here. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming out this morning. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Seema and Bruce, for coming out today. I guess I'm concerned that there's a, by representing the McKellar Park Community Association, or community, that there's a feeling that the majority of those in McKellar Park do not want light rail and don't want the station here in the north at Cleary. Is that what I'm hearing from you today?
Sorry. Well, we haven't done a, there hasn't been a vote about that in the community, so I don't think I can say that, what you've suggested, Councillor Hobbs.
Okay.
I think what we tried to do is raise the concerns, and they're set out in our
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Submission.
Yeah.
And then their concerns, I think one is about the process and about the consideration of the Carling Avenue option. And that, I think we've heard that loud and clear, and I know that you've heard that as well. And then the other concern, which you heard from Mr. Vachon, I believe you'll be hearing it from some of the grassroots groups that have sprung up, is about the proposed underground solution. So I think those are the two things that we wish to highlight, but I don't think that I can say that, there's some sort of a majority or a super majority that either supports one or doesn't support the other.
Okay. So it's not about whether or not McKellar Park residents are against this particular proposal. It's just the concerns that you mentioned. And one of them was intensification, and yet if you're supporting the fully underground model, you do realize that whatever the level of intensification would be the same as a result that you're you're accepting of that as long as it's underground, that you would still have the intensification and the other issues that you brought up as a concern?
I think our point was, what we understand from during the process is that any light rail transit would, because of the greater frequency of trains, would have the intent, the result of creating greater intensification around stations within the 600-meter area where it's easy, a 5-minute walk to a station or a 10-minute walk. And so now the creation of new stations at Cleary and New Orchard would, logically then create more intensification. And I think we feel that in the process that hasn't really been addressed. With the white paper that came out regarding Carling Avenue detailed, the number of different places along Carling Avenue where intensification was possible, but we haven't seen anything like that along the Richmond underground route. Whether it's above ground or underground, the end result will be that there will be these stations.
Okay. And
so I think that we've heard that concern, and it's about intensification, and I think this kiss and ride, Ms. Shepherd's mentioned that, and I know that's it's regarded as mitigation measures or a planning measure for the future. But I think that definitely we wanted to say that we've heard this in the community that along Richmond, as you know, this is intensification is an issue, and it's been an issue in Westboro. And so we've definitely heard those
Okay.
concerns, and we want to be sure that the committee was aware of them.
Okay, great. And when we go forward today, depending how the vote goes and what happens here, I understand you've had a problem with the process in the past, and I hear that and I appreciate that, and I know we were out of communication for a while, and that was difficult in the neighborhood. But going forward, if we do commit to have more meetings with you and to discuss the issues in more detail as we work through this solution, will that help in this case? Because we do want to continue to work on this and work with you.
I mean, yes. I think that's something that we've heard, and I'm yes, though we have been participants in the open houses, and we have had some involvement. I think we've identified some gaps in the process, and definitely I think that the evidence of the underground solution group and the Neighbours for Smart Western Whale is that people want to be engaged, and they're very interested in this.
Okay.
And I think Seema had something to add.
I just wanted to add, so like when we're raising the issues of Carling or intensification, as well as the other issues, we overwhelmingly when people came to us, to the association, whether it was at this forum or I'm walking down the street, they clearly said, we don't understand why it's not on Carling, right? So like Bruce said, we haven't knocked on everybody's door to get a consensus, but overwhelmingly what responses we have gotten have been asking those questions and begrudgingly saying, if it's going to be there, begrudgingly, right, then we want a fully underground solution, an underground way, so that it protects our parks. But the questions that the residents have been asking us has been, I think, really thoughtful. It's not about getting rail outside of our parks. Of course we want to protect. It's about what is in the best interest of the city, and the people that we've been talking to think it's not there, right? It may even serve some of us because it's going to be right there accessible to us. But it's not really in the best interest of the whole city, which is really nice to hear from our community. To saying, yeah, we're not just thinking about ourselves, we're thinking, well, what about the other side of Carling, or what about what's going to happen there, and people accessing those. So that's some of the issues raised around that.
And I appreciate that, Seema, and I guess from my perspective, to serve an additional 3,000 residents in Kitchissippi Ward is pretty critical to me, and also, I've received some feedback, quite a bit of feedback on that from McKellar Park residents who are quite pleased to have that station there. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I do want to commit to continue to working with you to work on these issues, because just before I end up here, I just wanted to ask you, are you pleased that this is not a solution on Richmond Road and affecting the Byron Linear Parkway? That's something that you are supportive as well, because that was one of the choices here when we're looking at the northern route. I know you've been talking about Carling, but I know you understand that Carling is off the table, but if it gets down to the northern route, if it was to be on Richmond and Byron, you would not be supportive of that?
Well, I think, in a way, others might be speaking to that today, but I think in our submission what we said is we heard loud and clear from the community that they want to protect green space, and that includes Rochester Field, and that includes the Byron Linear Parkway. Yes. And that's a very strong concern. I think we recognize that there is an existing transitway that goes up to Dominion, and there's and it continues on south of Lincoln Fields. I think everybody knows that, right? Yeah. But I think we wanted to raise those concerns because they have been very, brought forward to us very strongly by people within the community.
Okay.
Catherine.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming out today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you. I don't know if you're aware that all over the world, and even in major areas, they have this type of system on the surface, and it looks very nice. You could even have grass growing between the rails and things. So one of the things that, frankly, I think would have been a better solution is not to go on Byron Park, but to reduce Richmond Road to 2 lanes and put 2 lanes beside it and have the traffic lights controlled by the train. It'd be a heck of a lot cheaper, and it would not impact on your community at all. It'd be probably less worse than the cars that go there already. That's one thing. If we're going to have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more to go along the parkway to meet everybody's concerns, if the NCC wasn't a government affiliate, we would not be bearing any of that. But only because they have a veto, because they're an agency of the federal government. They cost this city, your taxes probably are 5 to 10% higher.
Councillor, sorry, is there a question,
yes,
Councillor Wilkinson?
There is a question coming from it. It's just laying the framework for it. They cost you, in your taxes, probably 5 to 10% more for all the things across the whole city that we have to do for them. So what I want to ask you is to do more things, and I understand why you want them. Are you willing to have a special tax levy in your area to pay for them?
I think that's a really unfair question. Like, you're asking a community to basically shoulder the transportation route for a city of 1 million people that should be a really good transit system that should last hundreds of years. I think that's really unfair.
I'm only asking you for the additional things that we would only do because of the pressure we're being put on, not the basics. The basics, I'm quite prepared to spend city money for it, even though I'll tell you in my area we have a crappy system and will for the next 50 years. It's the extras. For people who want extras in this city, and we've done it elsewhere, we ask them to pay part of the cost.
Why are we not asking the people that this transit is made for, the commuters in Kanata and Barrhaven or whatever, to pay the extra levy?
Oh, they are paying a huge amount. Did you know that every street in downtown Ottawa...
Councillor, I'm going to remind you it's question period, not debate, please.
They are paying, okay? They're paying big bucks, more than you are. You're getting the service. They're not getting the service. It's the end of the
I don't know. Is that a question? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, but thank you very much for coming down this morning.
Yeah, you said they were getting the service. I'm saying, in fact, they
Councillor, thank you. The next delegation is Patricia Blackstaff, Mariana McVeigh, and Daniel O'Hagan. Good morning.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Trish Blackstaff, as Mr. Egley just announced, and with me, and I'm the president of Carlton Condominium Corporation 152, and with me is Mariana McVeigh, the secretary of the condominium, and Dan O'Hagan, the treasurer. And I'm representing the condominium, having had a full discussion about this whole issue with the owners of our condominium at the annual general meeting in June. So our condominium faces Richmond Road and the Byron Linear Park on one side, and on the other side it faces the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. We're therefore vitally interested in the outcome of transit projects in this city and have been since our condo was established in 1978. We're ratepayers, we're citizens who are engaged in our community and our city. We're concerned about how the city and our community develops and what services they provide for all Ottawans and indeed for all Canadians, since NCC lands are such a significant part of Ottawa. Based on communications our board has had over the last 35 years with the National Capital Commission, municipal representatives, and federal members of Parliament, we've received remarkably consistent responses to our concerns about how the Western Parkway lands are intended to be used. Since 1978, the NCC has been expressing the view that the Parkway is not the place for a permanent transit line, that it is the property of all Canadians, and that any use for this or other purposes needs at a minimum to ensure the following two conditions: unimpeded continuous access to the corridor lands and the shorelines of the Ottawa River, and have a minimum visual impact on the corridor landscape quality and its experience for users. I come today to ask the Transportation Committee the following three questions. Firstly, how is it that in the summer of 2013, after 35 or more years of unwavering opposition to the use of the Parkway for a permanent transit line, the City of Ottawa is still operating on the assumption that the NCC, the guardian of these lands on behalf of all Canadians, will change its mind and allow the City to run a train line above the ground on the Parkway? Members of our condo who have no special access to public officials or to special information can find out that the NCC's concerns and interests by simply asking them. Why does the city not understand their position after all this time? My second question is, since the NCC has been saying essentially the same thing for 35 years, including this spring and more recently when the current chair of the NCC, Russell Mills, said that the only conceivable way to get access to NCC lands on the Parkway is to sink the whole rail line, not just part of it and not just under a berm, which Mr. Mills described as a marginal solution. Why is it then that the city came back to the NCC with a proposal that didn't include a completely underground light rail solution on the Parkway? My third question is, when will the city come up with a genuine plan, not a negotiating position, which meets the needs of the commuters, the residents of the inner core of the city, and the people of Canada, and deal openly and honestly with them about these matters? I ask these questions because in following up in our condo's records, we were able to confirm that the NCC has been consistently saying the same thing for more than 3 decades. Correspondence began with the NCC back in May of 1978, when our board expressed concerns about the possibility that the eastbound lane of the Parkway on NCC land will be used as a transit corridor for the Southwest Rapid Transit System. Bud Drury, then chair of the NCC, indicated in a response that it is the position of the Commission that the Ottawa River Parkway should not be the permanent location of a rapid transit route. Its basic function is that of a scenic drive. A year later, our condo board wrote to the chair of the Regional Municipality of Ottawa-Carleton, Andy Hayden. His response was identical. Council has adopted a transitway construction program as its primary solution for the expected increase in congestion. In accordance with this program, the existing transit use of the Parkway will eventually be replaced by a permanent transitway not in the Parkway right-of-way. Later, our condo wrote to Eric Nielsen, then the Minister of Public Works, and at the time the minister who was responsible for the NCC. He responded similarly. It is the NCC's intention to eventually return the Parkway to the functions for which it was originally built. These positions have been upheld more recently by NCC CEO Marie Lemay in 2011, by NCC Chair Russell Mills at a public meeting at the end of June, and was confirmed by the NCC Board the following day, as well as earlier this month by Jean-François Trépanier, the current NCC CEO, in a letter to our Secretary Mariana McVeigh.
Can you please wrap up, please? Your time is up. Thank you.
A consistent record, as I have said, that started in 1978, was reiterated as recently as earlier this month. 35-year record that we and most people who follow this issue understand. We think it's time for the city to begin to understand this as well. And in conclusion, I'd like to just say thank you for your time and hope that you're able to arrive at a solution that meets everybody's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Councillor Wilkinson has a question.
I was interested in your comments. You realize that we do have it as a transitway right now by using buses.
I do, yes, and this is something
And I would actually be
that's
personally quite happy just to stay with buses if they would just get the connection to the buses going out to our areas. Would you prefer to have us just keep the buses and drop the train?
We have a concern with the buses. We have always had a concern with the buses since 1978. And my understanding is the agreement for that ends in 2031 anyway. And so there has to be some kind of alternative option thought of.
Or an extension of the buses? Which would you prefer? I'd just like to know.
An increase, too.
Which would you prefer, to keep the buses or to have the train? I just kind of get an idea.
Buses certainly are of concern as well. Our concern has been that we want the system, if it's going to be in this same route, it should be underground.
Okay, I got your, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, thank you for coming down this morning. And the next delegation is Leslie Taylor and Jimmy Chang. Good morning.
Good morning. Is this on? It is. My name is Leslie Taylor. I'm here representing the community group Underground Solutions. This group was created after the April 25th public consultation for the following reasons. The linear park running along the Ottawa River gives residents of Ottawa unimpeded continuous access to the parkland and to the river. To put on a train on this or in this parkland is just wrong. The name Richmond Underground name was misleading. The route was not fully underground and not fully on Richmond Road. The description of the route as being the old CPR rail bed was also misleading. Although the train will follow this rail bed, the land is owned by the NCC and is in fact part of the linear park following the Ottawa River. In the City of Ottawa secondary plan for Westboro, Richmond, June 2009, you state, Objective 2, Green Space Network. Preserve, enhance, and add to the green space network that provides access to the Ottawa River and serves local community needs. We feel that the preferred route does not follow this objective. Our goals as a group have been, number one, to raise awareness of the public, that the train would in fact be running along the NCC parkland, something that was not really stated in the preferred route information. And number two, to support the NCC, most recently described by them as unimpeded continuous access to the corridor lands and the shorelines of the Ottawa River, and that the project has minimal visual impact on the corridor landscape quality and its experience by users. I would like to submit our petition of over 1,200 residents, signed by 1,200 residents of Westboro, McKellar Park, Ottawa, and surrounding areas, asking that the LRT along the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway be fully underground. Is there somebody that will take that? Who should I give this to?
The clerk is on his way to collect it from you. Thank you.
I call on the members of the Transportation and Committee and City Council to reject this motion until such time as the City has met the requirements of the NCC and have the NCC approval of the plan.
I would like to make a few comments about the June 27th staff report to the committee and to leave you a few questions. These questions are to raise your awareness in avoiding a premature decision on the Western LRT route. My name is Jimmy Chen. I'm speaking also for the Underground Solution Group. This group is a grassroots organization. Many supporters are greatly impacted by this proposal of the Richmond Underground route. We also have people supporting us, as you heard earlier, across the city and even community association. Notwithstanding what we have talked about earlier with the motion that tabled by Chair Egley and some Q&A around the presentation by Mr. Vachon, I will bring to your attention that NCC board is not aligned with the city on the preferred route today. As key NCC conditions are missing from the report, it would appear that committee would be basing its decision on missing and incomplete information. Just to talk about a timeline a little bit. On June 25th, the mayor wrote to the NCC board requesting condition for the Western Light Rail Transit Corridor. In a ratified motion on June 28th, the day after this staff report was issued, NCC set out the 5 conditions. And these conditions should be stated in the report, in this report. And I want to repeat, they are, the first one is 1.2 kilometers underground between Dominion and Cleary Station, which is already listed in the staff report. Second, unimpeded and continued access to the corridor land and shoreline. Third, minimal visual impact. And fourth, to add measure where NCC deemed necessary. And number 5 is for the city to present the design update to NCC board in September and prior to the city transportation master plan finalization. Next, the liability risks are not stated in the report. On page 11, it mentioned that vibration impact. What if the vibration during construction and operation of LRT causes damages to residential property? These risk and management plan, including indemnity considerations, should be set out as staff continue to work through the design. Contingency estimate has not been stated in the report. The report states the $980 million is a Class C estimate with a plus or minus 25% variations. As Class C estimate, a contingency percentage of 40% is supposed to be used. In dollar terms, that's $280 million. To ensure common understanding by committee members and public in general, it's important to state the contingency used in this report. Furthermore, for comparison, per kilometer cost on an all-in basis, including station, could be stated. For instance, Blair to Tunney is 180.
Mr. Chang, can you please wrap up? Your time's up.
Yes, I will. It's 160 million per kilometer. Tunney to baseline is 115. What I want to leave with you as my final questions is around the objectives set out by the study. There are 4 objectives, 2 of which are not achieved today. The second objective, which is to have alignment with stakeholders at the completion and planning stage. And NCC today is not aligned in this case. The third is all necessary mitigation identified. Again, vis-a-vis the latest NCC requirement, there's mitigation measures that are yet to be tabled and a cost to be worked out. Based on information that was presented at the NCC meeting on 27, if Rochester Field to Dominion, that 500 meters to be covered, the cost would be up to 1.1 to 1.2 billion from the 980. What does that mean to the whole cost-benefit model that is, if it's over $1 billion? My final questions. Is the due diligence done to this stage and you are ready to ratify a route decisions? What if NCC say no at the end, similar to your 2011 and 2012 outcomes? Is the current approach to force forward this project working? And thank you.
Thank you both, Wesley and Jimmy. I see that we have a number of councillors who want to ask questions. Councillor Taylor first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just thank you for your presentation, Mr. Chang, Ms. Taylor. I just want to get to, from a staff perspective, I just want to bring some clarity to this notion of the NCC and their approval process. And I think this is something we keep going round and round a bit again with, but the NCC's approval process is that they do not approve until you get to the very end of the process, right? So in other words, they haven't said yes yet, but we don't expect them to say yes at this stage. It's very likely that we're going to get, as in the Confederation line, the first piece, they didn't say yes and sign off completely until just before we were ready to break ground. I think it was February of this year. So we're very, very far from shovels going in the ground in this process. But the NCC will not get to a yes until you present them with much more information, which is, coming down the road. So I'm just a little curious as to, are you advocating that we simply stop all work on this because we're not going to get an NCC yes for years and years to come yet? So should we stop all work on this now? And if that's the case, I mean, are the alternative? Because every option we have for transit in some way, shape, or form would touch NCC land, and we'll be in the same bind.
What I don't understand, to answer your question, is if the city had come back 2 years ago and said, thank you for your input, NCC. Here is the cost and the plan to put the train fully underground, i.e. not burned, along the river, and they would have said yes.
But
so
I
why
guess my-
go 1 inch? Why go 1 inch at a time? Why are you spending all this money to do this over and over again?
I guess my point is, therein lies the problem. They wouldn't have said yes.
I bet you they would have.
Well, no, it's not a question of bet. It's their process. They would not have said yes. I'm going to go to Ms.
They have
Shepherd's.
said, what we're looking for is a fully underground solution.
Well, let me work it
And
from
if
the-
you said, here is a fully underground solution, they would have said, that looks really good. Now, here are some small tweaks. Not, no, it
Okay.
doesn't work.
But let me perhaps work it in reverse. Do you believe that...
Councillor Taylor, again, it is question period. There'll be time for debate later.
Sure.
If you have a further question for the delegation.
No, not for the delegation. Perhaps, though, ask staff that they could clarify when we get to the debate period the process that the NCC undertakes on all projects when they get to the point where they sign off. When does that happen, and what happens in the background? And is it unusual that they have not signed off yet, however, they would be allowing their staff to continue working with our staff?
No, and I think those are all fair questions. Councillor Hobbs, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Cheng, for coming out and for all your work that you've done on this. I do want to say thank you to you because I think it's as a result of your work that we have come up with the mitigation measures so far to a great degree. So I really appreciate how hard you've worked and how important this is to your neighborhood. And as you know, we're still continuing to work on those mitigation measures, but I just wanted to get your take on a couple of things that are suggested in this plan that are close to you, and that is the underpasses under the four-lane highway that the NCC runs right in front of your homes. Are you pleased about those underpasses and that increased access to the river as a result of this plan?
I would say yes.
Okay, great. And the other issue that I wanted to ask you about...
Do we want that to be the only access? No.
Well, today you have lots of access if you want to walk across the...
That's exactly right.
four-lane highway, but this is an underpass, and so that was a specific enhancement that was done to really increase access. When you're talking about unimpeded, just a moment, sorry, Mr. Cheng. When you're talking about unimpeded access to the parkway lands, that's not to the river necessarily. That's just directly into behind your homes, right? So that's what we're talking about there. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Cheng.
Go ahead.
First of all, I think the characterization of highway, yes, indeed is a highway during peak hours. But the rest of the time, the access is quite convenient for most people, even though, yes, you do have to cross a four-lanes road to get to the shoreline. But to be honest, with the underpass, it will be an added feature, but is that a feature that is so phenomenal? I wouldn't say so.
So I'm sorry, so what you're saying is that really isn't important to you to have that underpass under the four lanes?
I see it comes in expense of a workaround to the station, namely the Cleary station. That is, as much as we take the good, meaning if the underpass is a good feature, there's an impediment because of the station where it's positioned, because now I personally live next to the station. The Cleary station is impeding the access for me from today's standpoint.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. And on the other, but at the other end, where Ms. Taylor, where you're living, you also have an access though as well. So there would be two proposed in this.
Well, there are three accesses from Skeed through.
No, but sorry, under this. I was just talking about under the four lanes.
I have no idea how you could ever do that. It's from Skeet Avenue to the edge of the parkway is 30 meters. So how you would actually get down far enough or up far enough to get over.
Yeah, there's an underpass planned at that Dominion area to go across. The other thing I wanted to go under, sorry. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the, oh dear, now that just made me lose my train of thought. The NCC also at one time had suggested going through the Rochester field, and that would mean a Richmond solution, basically. But I just wanted to get your feelings, because the NCC thought it was fine to give up the Rochester field, which is sort of an important parkland and identified in the Westboro secondary plan. What are your feelings about that, about losing the Rochester field, potentially?
The position of underground solution, which, as you know, goes from the Dominion Station all the way to Cleary through a number of different community groups, is that it needs to be fully underground. So if you put it underground, underneath Rochester Field, under Richmond Road, we're fine with that. Put it underground. And not bermed. We like to say that you could drive a wheelchair over. You should be able to drive.
So the NCC option that suggested going into Rochester Field, having a station in Rochester Field above ground and running down Richmond Road or using the Byron Linear Parkway, which they also advocated for us to do, you would be fine with that solution then, because NCC...
Underground solution is not discussing at this point the location of the stations, because we cover such a large area and a group of people. We do not want to risk losing our Dominion people or McKellar Park or whatever, because stations are very, very much more localized.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming out today and appreciate you sharing your concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. I just have one quick question. The petition that you've presented to us today, I'd just like to get a sense of the timing on that petition. My understanding is that most of the names are collected during Westfest. Is that correct?
Actually, it's spent over, let me just collect, over 3 months, since April. We've been collecting. So a portion of it is from Westfest, but by majority is not just Westfest.
Am I wrong that quite a number of those signatures were collected before the last open house and before the latest proposal was on the table?
Yeah, there's some before and there's some after. Obviously, what we're trying to highlight there is the full underground nature that we're proposing. Understanding in the June 17 open house, there's a number of mitigation measures, and a part of the route is underground. But still, it's not fully underground. So from our petition standpoint, the principles still stand. That is, we want it to be fully underground. So do our supporters when they sign on to this.
No, I appreciate that. I just was trying to get whether your petitioners, when they signed, were aware of the latest version of the proposal, and that's all.
We do have people sign after the latest proposal.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you very much for coming down. And the next presenter is Mr. Ron Bowman.
Which one is it? You just have to press this button, and then you press right to go forward. Okay. Good morning, Councillor Hobbs, Councillor Egley, Ms. Shepherds. I'm Ron Bowman, and I'm representing the 727 Richmond Road condo. It's 40 units with over 60 people. I won't read my executive summary. I've got 5 minutes, so I'm going to give you the full bore here. These are the two conditions that have been mentioned over and over and over again. Our condo residents have looked at them, and they feel that the proposal that's in the June 27th report to you clearly doesn't meet them. Here's why. Not a very good picture, but that's our building in the middle there. You can see the mature trees. It's a wooded parkland, and afterwards the parkland experience is destroyed by that huge building, particularly the extension that runs east-west. And the north-south building is immense. Our building is the red one right in the middle. Here's the parkway before and after. Again, you can see our building in the background. And I'm sorry, my picture on the bottom there isn't as clear as the one that is in your report. But at least what you can see there is the absence of trees, the reduced green space. The fenced-in concrete extension is particularly difficult for us. and the concrete front. It looks like something that's inappropriate for the parkway. So right now, we've got direct unhindered access for all Canadians to this space. We've got walking bicycle paths. We've got a barrier of trees protecting from noise and air pollution. Afterwards, we got access is blocked, and I'm talking particularly about that station footprint, which is a grossly oversized station. There's going to be no trespassing on that fence-protected green asphalt roof. And the Cleary Station itself will require clear cutting of all the trees on the 2,000 square meter footprint. Animals and birds will be gone. As well, the property for several meters around the station will be rendered useless. The north side of the Cleary Station extension will be a concrete wall that will invite graffiti. Here's a picture of the Wellington O train station that was just taken last month. Okay, the justification for the Cleary Station. I understand that there's 2,900 residents that live within 600 meters of the Cleary-Richmond Road intersection. Out of those 2,900, 10% are currently transit users. The city projects that 40% will be transit users. That's 1,160 people. The station will cost somewhere, we don't know how much, because we don't know if it's going to be underground, above ground, partially underground, but in the order of $50 to $70 million. That's somewhere around $50,000 to $70,000 per user. That cost seems awfully high compared to any other WLRT station. Conclusions. We don't think it's in accordance with the NCC conditions. And my understanding of the process, and Councillor Taylor raised the question, is that the NCC has not yet been asked for land use permission. And if they had been asked for that, this necessary step would trigger the kind of detailed planning from the NCC that is so desperately needed. The next major step in this process is the September 2013 NCC board meeting, at which time the NCC must be presented with a detailed proposal that meets the NCC's conditions. We believe that the route is environmentally damaging. It's not in accordance with the conditions. So, Dominion to Cleary section and Cleary Station appear unviable on passenger grounds. Remember the numbers. There's nobody living north of that route from Dominion to Cleary, and there's only 1,160 potential users. So, recommendations: postpone the whole thing until you get the NCC board meetings results in September. The information that must be provided to the city team, by the city team to the NCC, is fundamental to the Transportation Committee to reach a decision. For example, will the proposal be accepted by the NCC? Will the NCC build in additional mitigation requirements? If it is proven to make economic sense, place the Cleary Station extension entirely underground in order that the green space above it continue to be used by everyone. The route should be entirely underground from Dominion to Lincoln Fields. And the route on the parkway should be as far from residential housing as possible. Why not explore other options, such as going under the median of the traffic lanes? Since
Mr. Woolman, I have to ask you to wrap up, please.
I've only got two more things.
All right.
Since there's no need for the Cleary Station, it's not justified by population, why not move it to Woodruff and combine it with New Orchard to save money? So, my recommendation: on June the 28th, the NCC board sent the project team back to the drawing board in order to come up with a better costed plan that meets fundamental conditions. Today, the Transportation Committee should do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowman. Councillor Harder has a question, I believe.
Yes, I do. Thank you for your presentation. I found it to be very easy to understand. But you're asking us to hold off until the NCC has its next board meeting.
Correct.
What are you honestly expecting that's going to change from that? What are you thinking? Like, have any of you in the audience that have come asking that we support the NCC's desires and with no money attached, what are you hoping that they're going to actually do?
Okay, well, I was at the June 27th meeting, And what I heard there clearly from the board of directors was that they're asking for a fully underground solution. They want the study team to come back with that. They've also asked that they want to be presented with design and cost updates, and they want to see, and if they're not satisfied with the proposal, they're saying that they will add additional mitigation measures wherever it's deemed necessary. So I think, in my opinion, as I said in there, that one of the things they're really going to demand is a better design for that Cleary station and that everything be underground. That east-west extension is really problematic. Right now, it's a walking path. It's right behind our building. We go up, everybody, not only us, but anybody can come from Cleary Avenue, put their bicycle down, walk their dog, do whatever they want. When that thing is not buried, we can't do that. It'll be fenced in, there'll be a no trespassing sign, and I honestly don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think the NCC is going to think it's appropriate either, to answer your question.
And it was a good answer.
Thank you.
And, but I'll just, in response to that, and maybe have another question, how do you expect that the taxpayers in the city of Ottawa are going to afford, just a minute, I'm not done, are going to afford this, and why do you think that the NCC has the right to make decisions when they have absolutely no financial interest or ability to offer up some financial commitment to some of their ideas?
I think you've asked two questions. The first one was, I believe that this whole thing is cost-driven. You've got $1 billion. You've got to find a solution. You're trying to put it into this $1 billion envelope. It's not beginning with where's the best route, how much is it going to cost, and let's do a comparison. I believe if you had started, as somebody said before, with an underground solution along the parkway, costed it out, we wouldn't be here today. You would know exactly how much that's going to cost. And you know what? Even Councillor Clark at one time, when we were over on the other location for the meeting, said, do it right. Do it right the first time, and if you don't have the money to do it, go out and have a bake sale. Am I quoting you correctly? Something like that. I don't think we've yet got the proper costing for the proper solution.
Well, unfortunately, as the wish list from the NCC changes or evolves, or as a group of people from across Canada get together and think about how much more spectacular it could be, the cost to the taxpayers in the city of Ottawa continues. And yet, I wonder, are any of you also lobbying your federal government representative? I guess most of you are John Baird. Your provincial representative, I guess most of you are Yasser Naqvi. Are you asking them to support you by giving us more extra funding to compensate for the extra costs that you're hoping that we incur as taxpayers across this entire city? Are you guys doing that? Are any of you doing it, or together are you doing it?
You know, we know what the costs are for Carling Avenue, $2.1 billion. I don't know what the costs are going to be here, and we won't know them until September. If I were in your shoes, I'd wait until September, because at that time you will have from the study team that information.
The NCC study team? The NCC study team?
No, your team.
Our team.
Yeah, your team has been asked to go back to the NCC board in September with, and I quote, to present design and cost updates to the NCC board in September and prior to the city's TMP finalization. So at that time you will know.
Which our staff have said that we can't do that. Okay,
well,
so
and I don't know how...
But you can listen later when we have that discussion with staff.
Okay.
I'm
only going by the report.
And just, I guess finally my question is, and it has to tie into money. You know what? If the old adage, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. And Councillor Wilkinson asked a question of somebody earlier about, so you're just suggesting we leave the buses. Because make no mistake, for the person that said, sure, leave the buses there, I'll be asking the question, or Ms. Wilkinson will be asking the question later on in the process, as to how many buses would we be talking about over the next 10 years that would be increased, okay? So it really is a case of be careful what you wish for. And I really want you to think about how, because you need to think about this, how you anticipate the money is going to come out of some magic pool to pay for this. You know, we have had fixed contracts on some of our projects before, like the North-South LRT, for example, and so we could have said, sure, that's what the cost is going to be no matter what we do. That's not the case here, but all the new costs that are being incurred are directly related to the wishes of the NCC. And quite frankly, unless they're going to step up to the party with some money, I am, like others around this table, sick to death. That a fact that, for example, I'll just give you an example.
So Harder, is there a question, Councillor Harder?
Yeah, the question is going to be, do you think this is right? 2001, so years and years ago, you can imagine if you were to take the money from now. In the middle of a cornfield, we built the Fallowfield Park and Ride, and we had a bus station there. We now have Sherwood Forest for the amount of landscaping that they insisted that we have in the middle of the cornfield, and a $750,000 toilet because of the NCC. That's way back then, so my question to you is, at what point do you say,
well, you know, I've been posted and I've worked in countries around the world when you don't like the opposition, you get rid of them. But in this case, I think you have to work with the NCC. I think you have to. They're the guardian of this land, and they're looking at the best interests of all Canadians. I want you to look at that. Look at it, there's a poor picture on top, but you see a mature wooded area, and underneath you see this large station. Now, we lose that. We lose that. Can't that be underground? You know, it's going to be a better station at New Orchard. Perhaps what you can do to save money. Where's the money coming from? Why not combine that particular station with New Orchard?
I mean, I'm not an engineer, sir, but
no, neither am I.
And I don't want to go back and forth any further with you, but I just wanted to put it out there that I wanted people in the audience to have that kind of consideration for what we have to deal with here, which is reality. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Hobbs, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bowman, for coming out. Again, I just want to say I really appreciate you being here and representing your particular condominium building, because you are, when you see from this picture, you are very much affected by this situation. I do regret that the station entrance, which is the building beside you, is depicted this way, because it doesn't have to look like that. But I do want to ask you, you know, there is a strip mall right beside you, and that strip mall exists today where that station entrance is. That's not the station, because the station is actually right in front of your building. But that strip mall is under consideration for development. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, because that strip mall is not remaining no matter what. So you're either going to have a high-rise building beside you, or you know, a station entrance, or something else is going to be beside you. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
If you can put the station underground, farther from the building, don't hinder the access. Put the roof in a way that it's green and can be used, a bicycle path, a walking path. We can't stop progress, but I think we can do it the right way. And I don't think this is very appropriate for that location. That's my view.
Because one of the things talked about was maybe just an entrance in the new building that would enable you to get into the station. And in terms of the station, there is a green roof there, and true that you can't step on it or ride bikes over it, but there would still be a pathway in front of your building, and then a replanting of trees, and how, I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Well, my opinion on that is, if it was to, I'm only going by what you're telling me, and this is the picture that I got from your report. I agree. And from my understanding, that extension, that east-west extension, is the covered platform where the passengers embark and disembark from the train. That's what that is.
No, it's just an entrance, and the station is actually in front of your building underground.
No, I'm talking about the east-west extension that's behind there.
Yes.
That is the.
That's where people get on and off the train.
That's where people embark and disembark, and that's a concrete box that has ventilation ducts on top. And because it's a roof, it's fenced in, and it has no trespassing on the roof, because it could damage the ventilation, you know, people could do whatever. So that's definitely hindering our access. Furthermore,
your access, sorry, just to interrupt for a second, so your access to what exactly? Because you will still have a pathway in between your building and that roof. You'll have your pathways, but is it your access to the river?
It's going to be like this. There's going to be that area on the NCC from our property line to the extension will be useless.
Okay, I'll ask staff.
It'll be so narrow.
I'll ask staff later for clarification.
So what I'm saying is we will not have access to. How are we going to get to the pathway if we can't walk over that?
But the pathway, what I'm saying is the pathway is going to be between that and your building. So is that the access that you're talking about? You want access to the pathway that you use on this side, or access to the river?
If the
river access that will be impeded.
If the station was underground,
yep,
no problem. But it's not underground, it's above ground, and it's a big building that's behind our building on NCC. Do you see what I'm trying to say? We will not have access to the walking path.
But the walking path, what I'm saying is the walking path will be in front of that, next to your building. So you will have access to that. So when you're talking about access across, I was just trying to determine if that access was to the river, because that's the access that will be impeded for you unless you walk over to the Cleary underground. But the pathways will be reinstated there in front of your building.
It's
to the north of your, directly to the north of your building. We're not, the intention was not to get rid of those walking and cycling pathways. So I just wanted to qualify the access, and I think you've done that it is to make sure you have pathways.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs. Any further questions? Councillor Hobbs, any further questions?
No, sir, I just wanted to say thanks, Mr. Bowman. But I do want to say that I really recognize what the issues are here, and that that picture's not there any longer, but that long entrance to the station I see as a big problem as well.
As is from here, from this picture, look at the extension of the entrance. It's a big building that is on the property, and because it's 2,000 square meters, all the existing trees that are there now will be gone. And listen, I'm here to exchange information. If anything I say about this is factually wrong, tell me. Tell me if that building is going to be less than 2,000 square meters. If you'll be able to put trees on top, tell me.
Yeah, I think it will just be bushes on top, but there certainly will be trees planted in front of your building. But
will we be able to walk on it?
But
we're getting into discussion here.
I just want to recognize that it is really in your front yard, and that's something I'm really going to pay attention to and work with you on. Thanks.
Councillor Harder.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you, you are aware that the largest green roof that we have in the city is Marion Dewar Plaza, right in front of City Hall. Are you aware of that? So we're walking on top of what actually could be transit underneath it.
Well, great.
Are you aware of that?
No, but I'd love it for that. Why can't we do it there?
Well, because what we're saying is we are doing some of that, okay? We are going to have some of that. Do you need to have access to the entire corridor? I guess that's what you're saying. You're saying, yes, you do, anywhere and everywhere. But what I'm saying is, don't presume. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that you are walking, when you go out the front door and walk over to the Rideau Centre across Festival Plaza, or all the people that are there for all the enjoyable stuff for all the different seasons, they are on the largest green roof in the city, as are, if you've been to Washington, the Smithsonian Museums. Right. All the parking is underneath the grass. So people are walking on it. We have the ability to do that.
Well, great.
Thank you, Councillor Harder. Any further questions from Mr. Woolman? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming down this morning.
My pleasure.
And our next presenter is Nita McMurtry.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm just going to get this doohickey here. Who we are. I guess my name's Nita, and I'm with Neighbors for Smart Western Rail. Just not sure where to look. We are a grassroots community organization completely composed of volunteers. We've got supporters scattered across Westboro, McKellar Park, Highland Park, and Carlingwood, etc. We're formed in 2011 to help safeguard the healthy pedestrian nature of our neighborhoods and ensure voices of residents are heard at City Hall. And our goal is to work constructively with both planners and politicians. So the main point I want to make is that this is not simply about NIMBYism. We've got many supporters who don't live directly around the park, but do use it daily. We have heard some comments from people outside the community saying, well, if it was a streetcar line before, it's natural for a train to go there again, but that was half a century ago, and the capacity and the technology associated with a rapid transit commuter train is totally different from what was there before. And the area was since rezoned and developed into a family-oriented community. Today, Byron Linear Park is arguably one of the most successful parks in the city. People use it instead of getting in their cars to walk either to Westboro Village or to points west, such as Woodruff Avenue and Carlingwood Mall. It provides daily recreation for people, and it's much loved. Simply put, it makes no sense to ruin a city park where people walk, run, stroll, and ride every day. We appreciate that the city has acknowledged that several routes would ruin Byron Linear Park and divide the neighborhoods. This is a critical development for our group. It reflects what we have heard for years now from local residents, that Byron Linear Park is a successful model for urban park space and meets the city's own objectives for complete streets and encouraging pedestrian and bicycle traffic. We've embraced the development and intensification that's already occurring in our neighborhood, but it needs to be supported with the protection of our parks, such as Byron Linear Park and Rochester Field. These are spaces that will serve new residents who moved into all the new developments in our neighborhood as well. We're concerned to hear the National Capital Commission refer so casually to the potential use of Rochester Field, which entails the loss of both Rochester Field and Byron Linear Park. Endorsing the use of Rochester Field is simply code for let's send the train down Richmond-Byron. Many of our members would have preferred that the primary Western Rail run along Carling Avenue, an area that is not hemmed in by a river on one side, and that would welcome the associated development. We acknowledge that the city has made improvements to its preferred route, R12, and that's a step in the right direction, but there are still many significant details to be sorted out in the finalized plans and implementation for the route. Yes, we do have members who support R12 and are happy to see the extra access points to the river, but there are also many negatively impacted residents, and all of these residents still have questions and want to be included in the planning process every step of the way, not just every few years or months. People so greatly impacted should not be suddenly finding out about disruptions when they are a fait accompli. If this is going to be a project that's celebrated and embraced across the city, there needs to be a real commitment to consultation and not just public relations. The R12 route will have an impact on residents around Skeed and north-south adjacent streets. This cannot be taken lightly. It's easy to pass off this as NIMBYism. A commuter train fundamentally alters what was simply green space before. A train will be running every 2 to 3 minutes right where people live. Consider for a moment that the longtime residents around R12 today had the beauty and lifestyle of their property's location marketed to them in the same way that developers are tempting buyers into our neighborhood today. But now, within a generation, the rug is being pulled out from under them, and they're suddenly facing the complete annihilation of their real estate nest eggs. Even the smallest design decisions will be important to ensuring that this continues to be a desirable, livable part of the city. This is a situation where the city cannot later say that it doesn't have enough money to mitigate the vibrations, the ugly infrastructure, and the loss of green space. This must be central to the whole process. There are many concerns about where traffic will go in the adjacent neighborhoods. Apart from Richmond Road,
wrap up.
I'm very close to wrapping up. Apart from Richmond Road, you are dealing with residential streets. What happens when you put a train station in the middle of an area full of single-family homes and kids riding their bicycles to and from school? Our community will become a park and ride for all those transit users being forced to the northernmost edge of the city in order to access the station. Has the city planned for this? You are also potentially bringing hundreds more people into the area with transit-oriented development. We'd like to hear more commitments that the city intends on safeguarding what is already a spectacular area for living. It's achieved an enviable mixed density, single-family homes sprinkled with some low-rises and high-rises, but this is no concrete jungle. We also have green space to encourage healthy living, and we don't want to lose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. McMurtry, for being here today. The goals originally of the Neighbours for Smart Western Rail were more in regards to the Richmond-Byron route. Is that right? And now you've sort of shifted to, or
no, I don't
am
think
I
it's a
completely
shift.
off base here?
Well, I think when the group there have always been, several groups speaking about the various green spaces, and one of the things I've
clarify, sorry, just
I know you want to clarify.
I just wanted to clarify. So you're saying there's several groups within the Neighbours for Smart Western Rails that had different ideas?
And I think how I would like to address this is that I'm very concerned that my own councillor is very focused on where the kind of divide and conquer strategies may be implemented here. We are groups that are all working together.
No, but
we realize that we have 5 minutes as groups.
Just a moment, Ms. McMurtry. You've come here as a delegation today that I understood was representing the Neighbours for Smart Western Rail. If you're assuming that I'm trying to divide and conquer, that's your assumption, but what I'm trying to do is determine there's a lot of different feelings here and a lot of different concerns and needs, and I want to make sure I understand them all correctly. So if the Neighbours for Smart Western Rail are a fractured group, as I thought that you were saying there, that there's a lot of different opinions.
No, I was not saying that.
Okay, so maybe you could clarify what the position is of the Smart Western Rail group.
We are speaking specifically about the Byron and Richmond and our access points to the River Parkway. And our concerns are not focused on alienating the other members. We represent a group that is also concerned about mitigation on R12, and those are not mutually exclusive at all.
That's fair enough. That's great. I just wanted to get because you didn't say in your presentation that was the original focus of this group.
I did say in the presentation the scope of
but you didn't indicate, I don't want to argue with you, but you didn't indicate that it was originally to stop Western Rail on Byron and Richmond. And that originally when I was dealing with your group, and that was what the goal was. And just to be fair, we've met that goal.
Councillor, is there a question?
Is there a question? I'm a bit confused.
You're confused.
Yes.
You're confused because I'm talking here. What are you confused about?
Well, I was just
Sorry, what are you confused about?
I don't have all, at the end of the day, I'm just a person coming up.
No, but you're not just a person. You are somebody representing Smart Western Rail.
This is question
So are you.
If you have a question, ask the question.
No, actually, I'm not, but thank you. So you also made a comment in your presentation that the Carling residents would welcome the associated development with the route on Carling. How did you ascertain that they were welcoming of this? Because to my knowledge, nobody on Carling has been asked along the Civic Hospital area and so on. So under what basis did you make
Well,
that point?
we do have members in our group who live along Carling and would welcome an access point that serviced them on either side of Carling versus servicing a river, and residents who are already happy with the bus route that's there.
But you made the specific point they would welcome the associated development.
Yes, we also do have volunteers who speak to businesses along there as well.
And the residents?
Yes, and residents along
Civic
there.
Hospital neighborhood
yes,
area?
and we have, and certainly from the last meeting, there were several people who spoke up and identified themselves as members who live on Carling and came to speak to the microphone and are on the record who would welcome the development there. So I think it's been substantiated in past meetings and also is a continued discussion with us.
I haven't received any of that information, but
I think you were at that meeting.
And also, so in terms of the route now being away from Byron and Richmond Road, are you pleased with that?
Yes,
okay,
we are very much with that.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs. I don't see any further questions, so I'd thank the delegation for coming down this morning. Much appreciated. And the next delegation is Mr. Don Stewart.
Is Mr. Don Stewart from the Federation of Citizens Associations here? Okay, our next presentation then is Helen Wiseman from Richmond Road, looks like Condo Corporation, 136.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time to speak my thoughts on the Western Light Rail route. My question today is, what is the rush to endorse this preferred route? Many factors are yet unknown. The citizens of Ottawa and the NCC would like more specifics before this route is included in the Transportation Master Plan. I do live in a condo, and I'm on the board, that backs on to the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, and have been following and attending presentations for several years on the concept of an LRT for Ottawa. Suddenly, the city is pressed for time and is unable to present or be open to the public and the NCC on specifics. Some of these questions are still unanswered. I'll enumerate some here. How high or low is this berm in relation to the natural landscape? How close to the eastern boundary lanes will the rail run? How will the vibration affect our homes during construction and when the train that is 3 times the weight of the O train is running every 3 to 5 minutes? How many of the 1,700 mature trees can be saved, and how can the footprint of some of the stations and their better placements be incorporated? Some of these questions I've noticed this morning have been mentioned, but I'm hesitant to believe that the planners are fully convinced of their importance to our community. Also, what is very critical is the acceptance by the NCC of the city's need for its land. This parkway was a forward-thinking concept 75 years ago to beautify and to open the Ottawa Riverscape to the citizens of the city. This created a park setting that is appreciated by the young, the old, joggers, cyclists, strollers, citizens, and visitors. The neighbours and the citizens of Ottawa, and I refer back to the underground petition that has been presented to you this morning with 1,200 signatures, as well as the NCC, has specified a completely underground route from Dominion to Lincoln Fields. If you listen to the NCC's mandate, they directed the city to maintain a continuous access with minimal visual impact on the landscape and the experience of the users by putting it underground. Could this committee guarantee this mandate at this time? The preferred route is now, at present, in non-alignment with the NCC's directives. Will the planners take time to work within these conditions, or is the Transportation Master Plan going to be seen the same old, unacceptable route? The environmental assessment and the business case analysis are yet to be done. Are these not most valuable for further information for all parties? What about the costing based on reducing the footprint for the stations or eliminating even one of the 4 stations along the line? What decisions can be made without all this information? I therefore suggest to the committee and to the staff planners and engineers and analysts, they need to have time to work to produce an optimal and functional system for the September meeting with the NCC. A system that will be worthy of the capital city of the nation. The cheapest plan is not what the city of Ottawa deserves. And to misquote, as I end, an adage, your legacy should be built on the improvement of our world, not on its dissolution, because the LRT is your legacy, will be writ large in the history of the city of Ottawa. Let's go for the best solution possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours. I see that Councillor Blois has a question for you.
Thank you for your presentation. You raised a number of valid questions, but I heard you say, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, that this LRT would be considerably heavier than the current O train. And I'll look over to staff, but my understanding is that the model we're using is considerably lighter. You were concerned about vibrations, etc.
Yes, it's the vibrations.
And so, is your understanding? You said I think 3 times heavier than the existing O train.
Well, that's what was explained to me at your last open house.
I'm looking over to staff.
If I've got information there that's incorrect, please enlighten me.
The current O train is considered medium heavy, which is quite a bit more than what the proposed LRT or the LRT vehicles that were purchased.
The LRT is going to be 3 times the length of the O train, as it was explained to me.
Well, it's a lighter vehicle. The other thing I think, somebody want to answer that?
Do we have any information on that?
So it is longer trains, and overall probably about the same length because of weight because of that additional length, Councillor.
It's spread out over a longer.
Yeah, many more axles and.
The other point I heard you make, and I may have misunderstood you, is that the NCC wasn't accepting of the need for the LRT, and I think my understanding from the NCC, and I've attended their open houses and their AGMs and all that, is they're quite accepting of the move forward with respect to transit, especially LRT. They've certainly bought into the Confederation line, and it's just maybe a matter of design and location of the line as opposed to being accepting of or being in agreement with the fact that there is a need to improve transit and to work to bring LRT throughout the city.
I think they've tried to make it clear that unless it was underground, they didn't see.
Okay, so I misunderstood you on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blois. I don't see any further questions, so thanks again for coming down this morning. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your time.
And our next speaker is Dr. Chris Shoemaker. Good morning.
Chairman Eagle, pleasure to meet you again, and also my councillor from Bay Ward, Mr. Taylor. And thank you all for allowing me to present to you today. Let's see. Okay. I came down here a few years ago and basically tried to make one major point. I said, whatever you do, please try to put the stadium beside LRT. The stadium deserves to have rapid transit by it. It's more than okay that the stadium decision was made. I think it is a wonderful plan. It's going to be beautiful. It just happens not to be on LRT. And essentially I wanted to come down to you today and suggest that there might be a compromise that could serve the serious concerns of the Western residents who've spoken to you and the fairly serious concerns of the NCC as well, at which point they literally could refuse to let you have access to their land. And if, strangely enough, we wanted to pay attention to we might not have access to land at Richmond and along the Parkway, and if, strangely enough, we actually wanted to put our transit somewhat closer to the major festival areas, that being Dow's Lake and Lansdowne Park, there is actually a very decent option that you could consider. I won't go over all the details that are on the slides. I certainly invite council members to look at it over this next week as you ponder all of your options. But think especially about excitement in the downtown. Think about people coming from Europe, coming from the States, coming from Barrhaven, who want to have fun when they get downtown. What makes Toronto fun when you're downtown on transit? Well, what's fun is that you've got 19 or 20 different fabulous things to connect to when you're downtown, and when you've come in by the bus, and now you're on the TTC, and now you can go to the ROM, now you can go to the hospitals, now you can go to the Eaton Centre, now you can go to various other cultural institutions that are up and down Yonge Street and that are up and down Bloor Street. I mean, we're not Toronto. We can't pretend to be a city of 3 million, but we claim to be a city of 950,000, closing in on 1 million. And what I'm just wondering is there an option that we could consider that would be image-changing for the city? Why just have something along the river, buried, people can't see anything, they're in a trench? Sure, it gets them out to Woodruff and Barrhaven ultimately, but, with absolutely no excitement, as it were. What if, whenever you got on transit, whether you're coming from Westboro, whether you're coming from Canada, whether you're coming from Barrhaven, what if ultimately you were being connected, as our mayor said, ultimately you have to take a bus and eventually get onto the transit. Well, having taken the buses, if the transit you were on served the Civic Hospital, served Dow's Lake, served the Theatre District of Gladstone, served Chinatown, served the Adult Education Centre at Rochester and Gladstone, served 220 stories of approved condominium construction. You've approved 220 stories overlooking Dow's Lake to be constructed in the next 5 years. So basically money talks. Money shows us where the developers think it's all about. And the beauty is, if you did actually go big or go home, as it were, if you actually spent a few more dollars and built it as an elevated LRT running fully from Le Breton up to Carling and Bronson, and then on out past the Central Experimental Farm, crossing either at Fisher or at Merivale to reach Baseline Road, and then continuing along a Baseline Road boulevard. That's why I'd call it the Boulevard Line. If you were to dramatically make such a choice, basically it would be a beautiful and iconic thing for the city. When someone comes from Baltimore and knows that they can get out of their hotel and in 7 or 8 minutes be whipping by Preston Street Entertainment District, in another 7 or 8 minutes be whipping across the Experimental Farm or seeing a view of the beautiful inland lake that is the Central Experimental Farm, that is worth millions and millions and millions of dollars of advertising and promotion and excitement, not just for our own residents, but for people who come to our beautiful city. So I know I'm just singing in the wind here a little bit, and I know that, relatively speaking, y'all may just go for what seems to be Plan A, but some other very responsible people spoke here and stated, we honestly don't think you gave a full viewing to the overall potentials of the Carling option. I'm just asking you to consider the Carling baseline option. I'm asking you to consider the boulevard option for the city. And I'll leave with one final point. If for some reason your current design already was underground under Queen Street Albert, exiting at Le Breton, and then immediately going underground under the St. Vincent Hospital and going all the way up under Le Breton Street so that it exited up at Bronson and Carling, and if that was already the plan, just bear with me for a second, if it was already the plan, well, you'd have to make some kind of decision. Well, how do we get from Carling and Bronson on out to Woodruff? Well, I think it's fairly obvious from my presentation how you would get there. The only question really is, if you want to make the city exciting, do you want to make the city exciting with stations at Gladstone and LeBreton, with stations at Somerset and LeBreton, connected so seamlessly to the hotels that are begging for an excitement connection?
Shoemaker, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
And I am happy to wrap up. It's been a pleasure to make my point, and I thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming down this morning. I see Councillor Wilkinson has a question for you.
Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. When you think about what the main reason for building this, you're talking about going to festivals and the lake and everything else.
Yes.
What is that what you're thinking we're building this for, is for people to get to events?
Oh, gosh, no. Just only in part. I assume they can still get to downtown businesses because it will be going through LeBreton to downtown. I assume that they can go to their work at the Civic Hospital. I assume that they can go to work at Tunney's still by getting off at the Civic Hospital exit and taking a little connecting bus down to Tunney's down Holland. So without question, it's about commuters.
Yeah, but what 95% of it is about commuters, because that's when we have our bulk problem of a lot of people wanting to get downtown all at the same time. I just was a little bit uncertain. You are aware, I guess, that we did look very seriously at Carling. We not only looked at it seriously, we suggested we reject it. We asked them to take another look at it, which they did. And they still came back to reject it, but eventually...
Who are the they that are rejecting it, just as a matter of interest?
The consultants that are working on it along with city staff.
I see, okay.
And but they did come back, and if you look in the plan, you'll see that there is still to be a line eventually along Carling as more a local line down the centre, as like a streetcar like you have in Toronto. So I think you're going to get what you want eventually that way. Would that serve to get to the purposes that you're talking about along Carling Avenue?
I guess the reason it wouldn't serve is I'd rather see you good people spend one good amount of money once and get real value for it. And my feeling is that you could spend 1.6, 1.7, 1.8 billion, do this, and what you'd gain from it is you'd still be retaining your BRT potential. Do you realize that by railing over BRT, you're losing $600 to $700 to $800 million worth of infrastructure that's sitting there right now? If we had to make the BRT from scratch today, it would be extremely costly. And so really all I wanted to emphasize in part in my notes, Councillor, was just that you can get 2 for 1. You can have BRT still working at Dominion and at Iris, and BRT still taking you out to Woodruff, so that people, when they're at Woodruff, they'd have 2 choices. You could take the train along Baseline, or you could take your bus system down on the still existing BRT. And basically, you're getting good redundancy. All planning needs redundancy for potential expansion. I was just thinking, if we didn't rail over the current BRT, and we actually built the LRT elsewhere, you might get 2 for 1.
Yeah, I see the plan calls for 1 on Baseline, 1 on Carling, and 1 in the north, because you need more than 1 route eventually. If you look at Toronto, there are a number of different high-speed routes.
Well, again, I wouldn't be talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about a true LRT. I'm talking about elevated line. Literally, I would talking about it being the western extension, not just these smaller things that you're talking about, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure, and thank you, too.
Thank you again, Doctor, for coming down today. Much appreciated. David Jeans is the next delegation. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. I've lived in McKellar Park for nearly 40 years, and I hope to continue to live there. The only thing that could drive me out is, in fact, city taxes. We are not an undertaxed part of the city, despite what you may be told. The Technology Forum held in June 2009 and the Rail System Selection Report that same year in November selected light rail technology for Ottawa, and staff are continuing to show us the same pictures of European LRT on street, nearly invisible wires, green space, grade crossings, and no fencing. LRT is a benign technology. But downtown congestion is now being addressed by the Confederation Line, which is really a heavy rail technology. When you look at the tunnels, the stations, the track, the fencing and signaling, they're characteristic of heavy subway or metro. But the Confederation Line is using light rail vehicles. They're not as light as Councillor Blois thinks, perhaps. per axle, but they are light rail. These same vehicles are to be used for outer suburban access to downtown, which really needs higher speed, higher capacity, and limited stops. And those needs are more suited to commuter rail technology, which has not been seriously studied for Ottawa since 1997, 16 years ago. Instead, all the eggs are being put in one basket with a single east-west transit corridor from Lincoln Fields to Blair. But the 2008 Transportation Master Plan also has an east-west LRT corridor in Riverside South, which we know about, and secondary corridors on Carling and Baseline, which were mentioned a few minutes ago. And if you go back to the 2003 Transportation Master Plan, it also had the east-west Canadian National Rail corridors. But instead, we're forcing everything along the Richmond corridor, and all the other corridors are being left for much later. Councillor Harder just said we'll eventually need more than one east-west transit corridor. I think we need more than one now. This is what's causing these impacts that we're talking about on a mature residential neighborhood and on a federal parkway corridor, and are precluding surface LRT stations and surface LRT lines. Going to Carling Avenue, Ms. Shepherd's dismissed it for three main reasons: because it would impose the need for a secondary corridor in the north, we'd lose rapid transit access to Dominion, Westboro, Tunney's, and Bayview, and the O train would be blocked at Carling Avenue from going further north. Well, I disagree with all three of those. If Carling were chosen as the LRT corridor, there would be no need to deactivate the BRT on the Parkway, either during construction on Carling or until 2031. And at least two previous speakers have made that point. So we would still have not a secondary transit corridor in the north, but a primary transit corridor in the north that already exists. And continued Canada to Tunney's bus services could use that corridor, reducing transfer congestion at Lincoln Fields, reducing the number of transfers, and making better use of the trains from the east end that are going to be reversing on the Confederation line at Tunney's that would otherwise be returning back downtown largely empty. Also, service to Dominion and Westboro stations would be continued. And the O train and the Confederation line trains are quite compatible, and they're capable of sharing double track between Carling and Bayview. This is not an electric versus diesel issue. These trains are designed to work on the same tracks. It's at most a federal regulatory issue which can be solved. The cost and performance of a mainly at-grade Carling Avenue route should have been studied properly, including mitigations for the identified problems. The similar length at grade Sinclair Avenue West line in Toronto cost only $106 million. So to only evaluate Carling as a $2.1 billion grade separated route is not fairly assessing this corridor, particularly in the light of maintaining the BRT corridor along the Parkway for a number of years. On station locations, the stations could be much simpler than you've been shown, and I do agree with previous speakers that a better location is near Woodruff Avenue. It serves multiple bus routes, is walking distance to Carlingwood, schools, the library, and four major churches which serve as community centers because this area does not have any community centers. And it has a better spread of residential around the station with much less of the catchment area being in the river. Dominion Station, on the other hand, is too close to Westboro Station. It's not suitable for bus transfers, and it's going to generate a lot of car traffic on those local streets, which will have access conflicts at Richmond Road where there's no signaling. Your problems now are partly due to the lack of advanced planning 10 years ago and cost escalation imposed by engineering decisions for other parts of the transit system. It would be better to have a balanced strategy that adds to our transit capacity progressively, corridor by corridor, rather than just changing the technology in overloaded corridors with the accompanying disruption of traffic and transit. Yes, I will wrap up. So just very quickly, I've been involved with light rail planning since 1997 and with OC Transpo planning since the mid-1970s. We've made a lot of suggestions here before. In fact, we proposed the Rochester Field and Cleary Avenue possibilities back before this study started, and Ms. Abu-Hennedy presented my PowerPoint chart to your committee as part of the terms of reference for this study. That was where the Cleary option and the Rochester Field options and the Richmond options were clearly identified to you. So they're not really new discoveries in this study. I'd be glad to answer questions. I have a number of other points, but there's no time for them.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Mr. Jeans, you disagree that the line on Carling would block the O train. What do you think? A grade separation, or what do you have?
No, it's very simple. Right now, the O train is a single track line all the way, and particularly south of Carling, and would continue to be one as long as it's running with diesel trains. But north of Carling, it will be a double-track electrified line with much higher capacity. These trains are designed, and in Europe do share electrified lines. Diesel and electric trains merging together under the wires on the same track with the same signaling systems. It's quite possible. There is no technology reason why you can't do it. In fact, you can go to Alstom's website, both for the Citadis trains and for the Lint trains, and they advertise the coexistence of these technologies.
Provided we can avoid conflict between in the scheduling of them.
That is a simple problem to solve. Partly the problem is of your own making, because by forcing all the downtown traffic along a single corridor to the west, you're doubling the frequency of service over what would happen if some trains went to Tunney's and some trains went to Baseline via Carling Avenue, and some trains went to the airport, which I understand you've just had a study done for with no public consultation, and some trains went to Gatineau.
Well, I think that my recollection of sending the O train across into Gatineau was rejected by that side of the river. But that's
not the case.
That's another day.
No, it's not. That's also not true.
Well, I think I was there at the time.
I have the report on Rapibus.
Councillor and delegation, again, this is questions, not debate.
Okay, I'm trying to get some more of his points. So.
Sure.
But you do believe that somehow or other we're going to have other lines east-west?
We are, and the sooner the better.
And you're well aware that the base for even having this one we got is 1 million population. The recommended population.
That is not necessarily a requirement for light rail. Anyway, you're building the expensive part of the Confederation line right now. We're talking now about suburban extensions. Calgary can do it. Edmonton can do it.
They've all done it, yeah.
And they're doing it on the surface at lower costs per kilometer than we are with simpler stations.
How about the population served?
Well, last time I checked, Edmonton, Calgary, and Ottawa have similar populations. I know we could get into a debate about land area and various other things, but we have pushed ourselves into a position where the low-cost attributes of light rail are increasingly not available to us in the suburbs because of the decisions that are being forced on us that have been taken earlier on in the design of this network. And we've moved from a much more of a grid-oriented transportation plan in 2003 and 2008 to a single line across downtown that can't even have branches to the airport, to Gatineau, or even people are saying to Tunney's, if the trains go via Carling Avenue, that somehow Tunney's will lose service from the east. None of those are necessary consequences.
Okay, that's probably as much as I can give you to expose your points.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, and I see no other questions, so thank you, Mr. Jeans, for coming down. And the next delegation is Brian Casagrandes. I was going to say good morning, but I see we've drifted into the afternoon, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm glad you clarified that. I was wondering as I was walking up. Mr. Chair, members of committee, my name is Brian Casagrande. I'm a development planning manager at Foten Consultants. And I won't take much of your time. A lot of what I was planning to say has slowly eked out over the morning. I'm here on a specific purpose of representing the owners of 747 Richmond Road, who are 53655 Ontario Limited, and also Ambrose Development Corporation. These lands are located at the northeast side of Cleary and Richmond. It's actually where the Cleary station is currently shown. The property, as has been pointed out, is currently used as a retail plaza. However, it's zoned to permit a residential building of 12 stories, transitioning easterly to 8 stories at a fairly significant density. The owners have retained Roderick Leahy Architect to finalize the development plans, and meetings have been ongoing with planning staff and the Urban Design Review Panel, with an expectation that development approval applications would be submitted shortly. It therefore came as a shock to learn early in June that the preferred option for the proposed Western LRT link would dissect this property, and that at least part of the Cleary station was proposed on these lands. A meeting has since been held with city staff to discuss, and at a very preliminary stage, the possibility of an integrated residential building and the station, and whether that concept could be feasible, balancing, of course, the impacts of that would likely occur on parking structures that were envisioned underground for that project, and construction costs related to an LRT system that would be running underground or through the development in some fashion or another. And the residential building would likely need to advance ahead of the LRT network itself, so it would have to be designed to somehow accommodate a train running through it at some point in the future. We're advised, if Council approves the preferred option, that the functional design for the infrastructure would not be completed until mid-2014. And if this is true, the owner, of course, would have to decide what its options are with respect to proceeding with the plans that the owners currently have. But in light of all of this, we felt it was important to advise the committee of these considerations at the earliest opportunity. I mean, effectively, the nut of what I'm saying is that my client is interested in working with the city if, in fact, this is where a station and a line are proposed. But we want the city to understand that there are potential impacts, and those impacts relate to the existing rights of the property owner in terms of height and density on these lands. So we felt this is important information for the committee to have as they proceed forward with this obviously very complicated decision.
Thank you very much. I don't see... Oh, Councillor Clark has a question.
Is the owner of these lands, represented by you, understand the expropriation process?
We've advised him on that process, yes.
Well, my view of that is that if the owner wishes to proceed without having significant discussions with the planning and transportation staff, that we may be faced with having to expropriate just to protect our interests, and that seemed to me to be a silly reason. So I hope that you will advise your client accordingly.
We certainly made him aware of that risk, and as I said, his preference would be to work with the city. We just felt that the city should be aware of these realities, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you for that. We're always happy to hear about people who want to work with the city, so please pass that back to your clients. I don't see any other questions, so I think the last delegation of the day is Kathy Rogers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Kathy Rogers. I'm a resident of Ottawa. I don't have a formal title like all of you and many of you who spoke today. And I don't have a lot of experience talking in a venue like this, so please help me. At the same time, I want to say, don't underestimate me as a resident of Ottawa. Thank you. Or the number of us all together. You noted this morning that there were no regrets sent from people who couldn't come to the meeting today. But in fact, I sit here or stand here today for many people who were unable to attend. We all know it's midsummer. Summer's chaotic for most people. There are many people out of town. There are many caring for children who would otherwise be at school. There are many who have to work day in, day out in a paid office, can't change meetings, can't be here. So I think there are a number of people who still would have views and ideas to express and share. As I see it, it's too soon to support the motion put forward today. I think this is a view shared by many people here today and many who were unable to come. I think that more genuine consultation will help all of us. If I can speak for myself and probably countless others, we do recognize that we all benefit from good public transit. We support that idea. Thanks to everyone who has taken the time to comment on the plans that have gone so far. From these people who care, we've actually improved the system considerably from where it starts. Thank you to all of you for your work. Thank you for listening. I do think that we have further to go. This is a chance to build a great city, not just a transit system. Commenting on sort of where we are on the process at this point, thanks for taking it off the Byron-Richmond linear park. No community should have to contend with a hulking train hurtling through the core of its community. There are many features in McKellar Park that residents value, and I think they should be protected and actually replicated across the city. How many people have said that they would love to live in a place like that? Rather than threatening them in one place, why can't we replicate them all around where people want them? Thinking about the Parkway plan, again, I would urge you to protect green space. I urge you to listen to the concerns of the NCC and to the local community groups. They are acutely aware of the value of this land. Green, treed waterfront in the capital city of Canada. So both as citizens of Canada and residents of Ottawa, and as councillors considering this plan, we will never have this land or this opportunity or this money again. Some time ago, Peter Clark, I was at another meeting like this, and talking about transit, it stuck with me. You said, do it once, do it right. I urge you to reconsider those words. I appreciated them so much at the time. As I see it, we could work to create a green treed waterfront, maybe protect this green treed waterfront, and have it as much used and loved as the canal is in winter, as Vincent Massey Park, as Andrew Hayden Park. This can be Ottawa's version, our version, of New York Central Park. It's not just for locals. This is for all who can or could use the Parkway. To do this, if we really need to put the transit system on the Parkway, it does need to be buried. You can't mix industrial, functional stuff with parkland. It just doesn't work. Thinking about the trees there in the berm, well, actually the forest that's there, it frames the land. No picture is as great without its frame. To lose these trees will leave us with simply a grassy front lawn leading to buildings. This will spoil it, not only for the people who live there, but all who would use the Parkway. Ottawa is also losing...
Ms. Rogers, can I ask you to please wrap up?
Okay. We're losing trees across Ottawa, 25% of the cover because the ash are coming out. We need to save these trees. It's tied to people's health. Is there a chance to strike a deal with the NCC? Share costs to take up road. They're talking about taking it out anyway. And you can't replant over top of the train line because any renovations, you're going to have to tear up the trees all over again. Carling is still in most people's heads. I don't understand the comment that it would be visually disruptive on Carling, but not on the Parkway or not through a neighborhood. I don't get that. As we've heard this morning, there are people proposing that Carling needs to be looked at again. There's another plan, the boundary line, that sounded like it's got vision. It's got something that people might want. And in terms of raising money, this keeps coming up. Why don't we ask citizens how to raise money? We can't just rest on you. It's a very difficult question. But if you ask 1,000 or, close to 1 million minds, you might come up with some plans. And this would allow us to become involved in the consultation. All I know is that if you spend money on something that people want, and make it a really good investment, people are willing to chip in. If you are doing something that is running counter to a vision that people have or something that they feel is destroying things that they really value, all they see is money lost. So I do see this as your chance to create a great
can you please
legacy.
wrap up, please?
My last line. This is your chance to create a really great legacy and to be remembered and respected for a great decision. I urge you to spend more time defining the problem before leaping to a substandard solution.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Well, as somebody who is not in favor of a substandard solution, I would comment that for somebody who says she's never spoken in front of a group before, you did very well.
Thank you.
The notion that we can just go out to people and say, well, you want to share the cost, how would you propose we do that? Send them on a special tax bill, or?
No, I wouldn't do anything as crass as that. Of course, people are pushed to the limit on what they can afford. But I would rather spend more on something of value than less on something that destroys something that I care about or doesn't serve multiple purposes. I want to build a great city, not just a transit system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And thank you to you, Ms. Rogers, for coming down. I don't see any further questions. So, and that is the last delegation. I'm going to suggest that we take a quick half-hour lunch break, collect our thoughts, and give staff an opportunity to think about what they've heard this morning, because I'm sure lots of questions are going to be generated from the delegations. So we'll come back here at that's the end of delegations. That's correct. We'll come back here at 10 to 1. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I see that we have quorum in the room, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Before we get to the questions to staff, I'd indicated before the break that I was going to look at my notes and see what issues had been raised today by the various delegations, and then hopefully be able to give staff some direction as to what elements the committee would like them to continue to work on with the community and residents, and continue to work on mitigation factors. So going through, I heard quite clearly there were issues about access again. There were issues about vegetation, the ability to plant trees, the ability to keep trees, and other sorts of vegetation if we bermed. I heard issues about both the size and location of certain stations, and I also heard about issues around Carling, but I think we'll deal with that in questions. That's not really direction. I think that's more clarification. So what I'd like to suggest, Ms. Shepherd, and if there's things that you think that I've missed, I'd really appreciate letting me know, but I'd like your team to continue to work on solutions to the following concerns that were expressed this morning and throughout, and that would be negative visual impacts, impacts on green space and vegetation, access to the riverfront and the pathways network along the parkway and in the Pinecrest Creek corridor, the location and size of the stations at Dominion, Cleary, and New Orchard. I didn't necessarily hear this one mentioned, I don't think, but I think it's something that should be looked at, and that is the any impact of additional cut-through traffic in the residential neighborhoods, noise and vibrations as a result both of construction and the actual running of the line, and safety issues. And I think that covers off everything, and if you can just go on the record and indicate that those are things that you'll accept direction from the committee to continue to work with the community and residents as you go through your functional and detailed design processes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we certainly will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would ask members to populate the list, those who have any questions for staff arising out of the presentation or any of the delegations this morning. Well, I got the sense, Councillor Fleury, from talking to a number of your colleagues that there's going to be a fair amount of questions, so I think maybe we should just deal with the questions first, and then if I'm wrong, we'll get to debate all that much quicker, but there seemed to be quite a bit of interest in asking questions. So I see one person on the list, so it may in fact go quite quickly. Councillor Borlas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. They're primarily about the financial nature of this project, and I want to start off with to staff and then over to the city treasurer. This project seems to be growing from whatever the original projection was, and the latest configuration and redesign has added about another $80 million. What was the original price tag, projected price tag, when we laid out the LRT network and the transit network? What was the price tag for this segment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in the 2008 TMP, we had $600 million for LRT on the Parkway.
Okay, and so this is now showing at $980 million with a plus minus 25% variation, so about a 50% fluctuation at a D-level estimate. Is that correct?
It includes contingencies within that 980 of 45%.
But it also says a Class D cost
40,
estimate.
Yeah, 40% Class D, and then plus or minus 25% on top of that.
Okay. So to the city treasurer, Madam Treasurer, you've been pretty diligent in sort of keeping us, keeping a short leash on us with respect to the long-range financial plan and trying to make us fit our various capital projects within the budget envelopes. But we come back and we keep changing or increasing. So every time we make an adjustment to this plan, in effect, we're increasing the cost. And for every 10 meters of extra tunnel, there's a higher cost. So as we go from 600 some odd million to 980 million, I think you had shown us an affordability plan of $4 billion up to 2048, if I'm not mistaken, or 2031?
2031.
2031, okay, because the report says 2048. But so every time we whittle another dollar away, that in effect reduces the $4 billion envelope, which is already down to under $2 billion because of the Confederation line. Is that correct?
That's correct. Every time one part of what you want to do with the remaining $2 billion, one part of it increases, you either have to look at delaying other segments of transit of light rail growth, or you have to look at possibly deferring bus rapid transit extensions to accommodate those additional financial costs.
Right. So when we do the transportation master plan, it'll indicate to us where some of these reductions or delays will happen. Are we out of sync, though, by going ahead or by voting on this today, moving it forward? Are we out of sync with our transportation master plan in terms of the timing?
No. As a matter of fact, this is a preferred way of going, because you will have one segment you already know that you want to do, and we have a high-level estimate for it. We will be coming back with the transportation master plan to say what else can you do within the remaining amount of envelope that's left, and we'll go forward from that. The transportation master plan is done every 5 years, though, so if there were significant changes that happened as a result of this project taking up more of that envelope, we would have to come back to you and talk about deferring or reducing other segments.
But some of us may be shocked by what's going to be recommended for deferral or deletion. When we sort of see that version of the transportation master plan after approving something today.
We have been working on with the assumption in the transportation master plan, because this was identified back in the 2008 TMP. We have been working with the assumption that this is your next phase that you're going to be doing. Right. So I don't think it'll be a shock, Councillor. Yeah. So I'm not in disagreement with what the next phase is. So Ms. Shepherd, back to you and your crew. We heard some very valid concerns from residents in terms of what the impact would be in their neighborhoods. And generally, when you build an LRT system, you're trying to capture as much ridership as you can. You try to locate it, where the riders are and where they're going to and all this. And when you're that close to the river, the NCC actually makes some very good points about the impact on the River Parkway, or the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, the impact on green space. And the closer you get to the river, the further you are really from potential ridership, or you're reducing potential ridership. Now, we're increasing the cost here to accommodate some of those concerns, and obviously we still haven't gotten far enough with the NCC to have their concurrence. How do you see this unfolding? The NCC's taken a pretty definite stand. Even the motion that's before us about, let's go back to the NCC. At some point, they're going to say no to us. What do? Go back to the drawing board at that stage?
Mr. Chair, I'll answer your question. First, you're making comments about ridership and capture, and we have done an analysis of that, and certainly this corridor has sufficient ridership and capture, and has ridership numbers that are in the high range in terms of your overall system. So there's certainly at that trigger point, that tipping point, where it's more cost effective to deliver through rail. In terms of your question about the NCC and the comments that they have made, the comments that they have made are specific to this corridor. They have said, here is a number of concerns and issues that we have with this corridor that you have put in front of us, and we expect that you're going to do more work on it. And our answer is yes, we will do more work. And in fact, Councillor, if I could, the NCC had much more significant concerns and issues that we dealt with on the Confederation line that dealt with a number of stations, and we were able, within the budget envelope, to deal with those things successfully, albeit we did not get the final sign-off from them until they had sufficient detail, which didn't happen until just before financial close.
That's fair enough. So, but in terms of the increase in cost here, so we've gone up to 980, and there's still the range of 25% plus or minus. some of the residents made valid suggestions in terms of either the nature of the stations, locations of the stations, or the size of the stations. And I must admit, the stations seem somewhat elaborate, and in any rapid transit system, the further you can put stations apart, the better the system works in terms of as long as it's still picking up passengers. So I haven't seen or heard anything in the report or in the presentation that addresses, for instance, where residents said relocate the station in a different way or build less imposing stations, and then that would at least offset some of this increased cost that we're seeing before us now.
So, Mr. Chair, as outlined in the report, we will be looking at the footprint of the stations. You did hear comments about removing one station and perhaps having only one station rather than having two, one at Cleary and one at New Orchard. And what that does is it means that we won't have the ability to capture the same amount of ridership, because if you look at the 600-meter capture area, we are trying to serve the community within which we run the system. So moving that and removing one station will remove some people from that catchment area.
So what's the distance? If one station is removed, what does that change the distance to?
So I'm just getting clarification. They're 800 meters apart now, so if you remove one, then it'll you split the difference, and it'll be over a kilometer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see Councillor Wilkinson on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So also on some of the financial things, when we did the master plan in 2008, I know you did a financial analysis of the whole system, and that's where the $4 billion that came from, right?
Actually, the 2008 was done without a look at the overall costs and whether you can afford it. The number of $4 million came from when we did the transit long-range financial plan, which we tabled or presented in July of 2011, just before the Confederation line.
So that's the money you felt that using, I think, all of our gas tax money, all of our DC money for transit, every bit, no matter where it came from, because most of that comes from the outlying communities, because that's where you get the biggest DCs, and tax money and money from the federal and provincial government, right? Now, where's that gauged on getting a full 1/3 of the value of each project from the federal government and the provincial government, or a partial, as we do with the present?
The assumption we have made and will make in the TMP that is coming forward to you this year is that for these major infrastructure projects in transit, they will be 1/3 funded by each level of government, a full 1/3, not what we received on the Confederation line.
But I know they told us in the Confederation line some of the things are not eligible, like getting land and certain other things were ineligible for any subsidy. Has that been taken into account?
Yes, we've taken that into account, and those rules apply for one level of government and not the other. So overall, we think it's fair, even though one government may not pay for land, another government might, that a 1/3 is an equitable share, given the investment that those other levels of government are making in other cities in Ontario.
And I take it at this point we haven't looked at any of the special items of funding that they're looking at for the Greater Toronto area to see if we could offset some of the costs in that way. I know they're not in place yet, but have we had any idea of what that might do?
We haven't looked at those because we had direction several years ago from Council when we presented the idea of looking at other forms of revenue, for example, the plate fee or the land transfer tax, etc., that Council at that time was not interested in pursuing those. And so we have not focused on those in this study at all. We've relied on the forms of revenue that we know we have today and that will continue in the future.
Well, one of the ones they're looking at is this extra gas tax and things like that, that they said they would not spend in Toronto area for the money collected outside of Toronto area. So if that happens, I guess we just review it at that point then, will we?
That'd be correct.
Okay. And we don't have any idea, I guess, if we put in a lot of the things people are asking for. I understand why they're asking for them. If I lived there, I'd be asking for them too. But it puts the cost up for things which they may or may not said are essential for transit compared to what they pay in other cities. Has been any analysis of all of what in the NCC of the things we have to put in to meet their requirements? They might not be applicable in say, in Ontario, saying that those are not things, those are federal issues and therefore not local, or has that just been not discussed at all?
Mr. Chair, if I might, on Confederation Line, we had a number of things that we were triggered by our working relationship with the NCC, and we have it has not been communicated to us that they are not eligible costs.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good news then. So if we go and it ends up being, for example, another $80 million because of all these other enhancements they want, then that would still, you think, be eligible for 1/3, but it would take away from future projects, as the Treasurer said earlier.
And Mr. Chair, I believe that the envelope that has been established, as we get into more detail through the functional design, our approach will be to look at maintaining, dealing with the issues that have been raised, but keeping it with the envelope of cash that's been identified.
The other point I want to make is on timing. I know that we've locked up a lot of money on what we're building right now. So what is the earliest that you would think that we might even be able to consider starting construction on this?
Mr. Chair, I will just speak to the previous TMP, which is the public record. It had this part of the line opening in 2023, and I believe construction would have been starting around the 2018, so right on the heels of the opening of the Confederation Line.
And do you still think that's viable?
Mr. Chair, I think that is absolutely viable in terms of constructability. I believe that, the decision before you today is this the right corridor? Decisions around your priorities and timing for investment is more appropriately done as part of your refresh the transportation master plan.
Yeah. I just ask it because I know the public is interested in knowing how long the buses are going to be on the parkway and various other things, and obviously it's going to be for at least another 12 to 15 years then.
Mr. Chair, that'll depend on when you might get provincial or federal funding. It will depend on a number of things, and I will take the opportunity to remind you that our agreement allows us to be on the parkway until 2031.
Yeah. And Marion, if we go in 2018 to start construction, does your model have, if we get the 1/3, to have the funds for doing it? If it say it's somewhat over $1 billion, because I think it's going to go up from what we have now.
Yes, our model included $4 billion spend up to 2031 for light rail, so yes, it would include, this could be accommodated within that window.
Okay. And that window, does that have, I understand, I haven't seen it yet because we haven't got it yet, but I understand there is a reduction in how many road projects we can actually do, and those are important in areas where we don't have the transit. And because of the affordability we're looking at right now, does the money we're putting aside for transit actually affecting the affordability of what we can do to build the roads that we need?
Absolutely not. Transit is a silo by itself. You raise taxes for transit by itself, and those tax dollars do not support any other service other than transit, including transit's capital costs. Your development charges that you raise are only, the segment that's for transit is only used for transit, and your gas tax funding as well is dedicated to transit. So the decisions around transit are not impacting the affordability of your of the road component.
Right. I understand that we're reviewing the development charge bylaw after Christmas, and that there is a move to try to increase the transit part of that levy. I take it that when we're having these high-rise buildings and everything built in that area, that because they are adding people in the area, that we do get a transit levy from those?
You get, they have development charges inside the Greenbelt, and there is a transit component to it. Yes, transit is actually a citywide development charge, although the rurals pay only a portion of it. But we collect development charges across the city for transit. So, yes, we would generate DCs from that.
Yeah, but they don't pay as much inside the Greenbelt as outside the Greenbelt.
I would have to check that. I thought it was the same amount, but I'll get back to you on that.
I'd like to know, I know that the total amounts are different, but it would be nice to know that there's a bit more sharing, because we do need that money for building transit. then going back, looking at the actual route and everything else, I think it's as good a route as we can get, and I know there has to be some modifications. The NCC has asked you to come back in September with pretty detailed estimates and things, and I heard you say, I think earlier, that you didn't think that was possible. So what's going to happen with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion that is in front of you that includes and embedded within it is the NCC direction. Essentially does speak in the whereas to the fact that we won't have that information available, but the way I understand the motion is you would be directing us to communicate that back to the NCC, that in fact the date that they have the board and want some detailed information, we are unable to fulfill that, and to direct us to continue to work with staff. And I presume that at the appropriate time that we would be back in front of the board.
And you'll give us a memo or something to let us know what happens with that as it goes forward?
That's true, and it won't be, we won't have that level of detail. We'll have as much as we can with functional design, Q1 2014. I expect, similar to the Confederation line, that there will be additional detail after that. So this will be an ongoing relationship, and we will keep you abreast of our
I think I appreciate hearing what progress you're making or what difficulties you have. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have this idealized notion that I heard repeated this morning of the Parkway, maybe something dating back to the 50s where the kids would hop in the car and we'd go for a ride and look at the scenery. But it's become something very different, and I think that's really important in what we're evaluating here. We're not trading off the 50s scenic, often open Parkway. We're treating what's primarily a commuter route for cars and now buses with a train and potentially a reduction in the amount of vehicle traffic on the Parkway. Can you remind me what the levels of bus use and car use are on a daily basis or perhaps hourly basis, peak hours, etc.? And I apologize if that's in the report.
I'll start by giving you the bus numbers. I mean, we're running about 8,700 passengers per AM peak, and that is about 1,500 buses a day are running on the Parkway lanes. And we've got the traffic numbers. And 1,500 cars an hour currently running on the Parkway. In the peak hour.
And there had been some discussion early on as we looked for a route on the Parkway of reducing the number of car lanes and actually reconfiguring it so that perhaps there was only one lane of individual vehicle traffic and using the other available space for train. Is there any thought that we might want to do that to preserve and improve the sort of natural features of the Parkway after this train was built? I know that's primarily, if not entirely, an NCC decision, but have there been discussions about that? Or are these really now separate items now that we would be not actually running trains on the Parkway?
So it is an NCC decision in terms of the use of that Parkway, and they have been going out and consulting in their development of their long-range plan. I expect that would come back in 2014. We would work with them if there's actually, depending on the decision and the direction that they choose to go. I know that they understand the opportunity that removing buses represents in terms of an opportunity to also perhaps reconfigure lanes, but I cannot speak for them. They know the opportunity, and I look forward to seeing where they choose to go with their Parkway, because it'll help us to better integrate the train, the route and the stations into whatever that Parkway might look like in the future based on their vision. And so that would be something that I would be looking forward to, and I can tell you that the NCC staff is also very appreciative of the fact that the additional stations will provide access to those parkway lands for transit users, which is a significant benefit and enhancement, and something that they have heard is important for people in terms of being able to access the waterfront in this city.
I think this is important because we're not just looking to sort of break even, if you will, in terms of trade-offs of natural features and social impacts. I'd like to see a net gain. And so I'm looking for ways in which we can get a whole heck of a lot of people onto the new rail line, but not just simply say, hey, great, now all 4 lanes are available for individual vehicle use. So I think that's an important part of conversation we need to continue to have, including improving crossings of the parkway. Switching topics slightly, I've heard a concern from residents that at least one Dominion, possibly several of the stations, there's a fear that they are not going to be purely walk and ride or bike and ride, but more kiss and ride, park and ride. What are we doing? Can you remind me of the features of the design, changes we might make to road access, sidewalk, path access to those stations, and possibly even changes to discourage the too much new vehicle traffic for the pure purpose of kissing and riding, dropping and going? Not that I'd want to stop that completely, but to try to address their concerns.
So I'll answer that by, first of all, highlighting that some of the stations where those concerns have been raised, in particular New Orchard and Dominion, they are line stations, and we will be enhancing the connectivity to those stations for people who walk and cycle. In terms of a kiss and ride functionality, not unlike Confederation Line, I mean, we have designed some of the stations to have official, kiss and ride facilities where that activity would take place. And it makes sense that that would be near major roads. I mean, if people are dropping someone, it's more likely it would be on Richmond Road, it would be at Tunney's, there would be a facility at Lincoln Fields. Baseline station as well. So, depending on the station and the surrounding area, we will be looking at this in the next phase to see where it's most appropriate. Dominion is a very local station, and it's unlikely that just because of where it is and the small streets that lead to it, that would become an attractive alternative for anyone other than people living right on in that street, in that very neighborhood. But that is a detail that we will work out in the next phase and pay particular attention to.
Do we have the ability to, I'm thinking of the smaller residential streets that might be attractive to drive down, drop someone off, maybe even have to do a 3-point turn to get yourself back out of that. That's the sort of dangerous behavior we don't want to see, as opposed to a designated, looping area to drop off. Do we have the ability to restrict, to say, disabled access only for dropping people off, and then oblige people to walk those 50 or 100 meters from a more arterial or larger road like a Richmond, as opposed to right down the street?
Yeah, Council has the ability to, restrict access to certain roads, restrict turns during peak, and those kinds of things in terms of managing cut-through traffic. What we would like to do and what we'll do in the next phase is make sure we pay attention to the design so that it does not encourage those kind of behaviors. And then, of course, you have opportunities that, would be at your fingertips, should that materialize. So we have heard from the community that they want us to pay particular attention to that, and we will. And our first approach will be through the design itself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'd like to see that. I'd like to have the opportunity to review how some of this might work. I always would prefer to use restrict and stop behavior as the last resort if we can have designs that quite simply encourage a more efficient use of a road, and then look at whether later behavior is so undesirable that we have to actually stop something. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to follow up on some of the line of questioning that some of my colleagues have pursued, starting with the whole affordability question. And Ms. Shepherd, I wondered if you could just remind us, or at least ballpark if you don't have a firm figure, because I know there are some design differences, but the cost per kilometer of building LRT at grade, and then the cost per kilometer of burying it.
Let me make sure I have good numbers on that before I respond to that, Councillor.
Okay, so I'll give you a few minutes on that, and we'll just move on to some other questions while we're working on that. You mentioned in answer to a question to one of my colleagues that you're not aware of funding from other levels of government. I'm just really curious about where we are in terms of discussion with our federal and provincial funding partners as to funding for this project.
Mr. Chair, we have not been approaching our federal and provincial partners as of yet. I would expect that that would happen once you have, through the refresh to the TMP, confirmed your priorities and given us direction as to how you would like to proceed. So to date, we have not been approaching them. Now, that being said, when in 2008 with the TMP, we did provide them your entire plan and the request for funding, and we got funding for the first project, the Confederation Line.
But they would be on notice, or they would be aware that we are anticipating them to be equal funding partners with this municipality in the next phase of the LRT development.
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Okay. In a response to a question from Councillor Blois, you said that you're projecting ridership at the high end, and I haven't seen a ridership study for this corridor. I'm wondering if there is a ridership study that could be made available to us, and if you could just elaborate a little bit on the projected ridership for this corridor.
So, Mr. Chair, currently the ridership in AM peak is 8,700 riders per direction in the peak, and as part of this project, we're projecting a 60% increase, which would bring the ridership to 13,800 on this line in peak period.
On opening day?
2031.
2031.
That's correct.
And how does that compare to if this remained a bus corridor?
So a couple of answers to that. Because you will have removed your capacity constraints downtown with the Confederation Line, I would expect that the ridership gain that you will get will be similar in terms of buses on the Parkway. So you would be moving from, essentially you've got 1,500 buses per day on the Parkway. If you continue to provide that service with that 60% increase through buses, you would be running around 2,400 buses per day. You would have some challenges in terms of where the transfers would take place from those buses to the rail system.
Okay. Do you have that information in a form that could be made available to members of this committee?
Yeah, we will get that to you. And I have some metrics in terms of cost at grade. For LRT, it runs around 40 to 60 million per kilometer at grade, where at grade separated can run from 100 to 150, so 2 to 3 times. And those are just metrics just to give you a sense.
Okay, because I asked that question because we have to build this properly, and we have to build it right, and we have to be sensitive to the community, every community that we develop LRT. But having said that, we also have to recognize the affordability of the system, and these numbers are pretty dramatic when it comes to talking about grade separating light rapid transit and the future affordability. If we want to reach other communities, we have to be very sensitive to when we we're going to bury it. Maybe we need a policy statement around that. It gets me off on a tangent. It makes me think, boy, what a loss that we didn't build North-South LRT, because that was a good smart growth principle, building the line first and then building the density to line, and then we don't have all those problems. But having said that, I'll just move on. The operational costs of LRT on this line, can we expect operational savings with the LRT as opposed to the bus service?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, and it's part of the rationale to switch the technologies is that running rail, once you get to significant ridership, you do realize an operational savings, and our preliminary estimates, and we're updating those as part of the Transportation Master Plan, are over $5 million a year in operational savings.
On opening day?
Yeah, 2031.
At 2031. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on an answer I think the Treasurer gave about the one-third funding, one-third funding. And so who's the point person for the city that chases the province for funding? Is that you, Ms. Shepherd, or is it Mr. Kirkpatrick, or... Who's the most in contact with the province, whether it's Metrolinx or whoever, that lays forward our funding requirements and then comes back with a bucket of money? And I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. The Treasurer mentioned one-third, and we learned a lesson from the current LRT project where we committed ourselves to one-third, and of course the $600 million by each other level of government is nothing to sneeze at, but it certainly doesn't add up to one-third. One-third would have been $700 million from each level of government. So we get a little shortchanged, and here we're moving forward. This project has gone from $600 million to $980 million, or 600 and some odd million to $980 million. And I just want to make sure they don't come back and say one-third of 600 and some odd million is what you're getting. Having said that, other jurisdictions, Hamilton for starters, has a commitment for 100% funding for their LRT line, and they're balking at the price because they say they can't afford it. I don't know how they figure that. The province has told them if they want upgraded stations, they'll have to come up with the extra cost. Toronto has 100% commitment from Metrolinx, the provincial agency, for I think for their subway line. Kitchener-Waterloo has a 70% commitment from the current provincial government. Why are we getting shortchanged?
I'm just going to answer your question in terms of the approach to the province, and it isn't one point person, quite simply. And I know that the Treasurer has certainly already made some comments and questions around our ability to use DCs for transit, and will continue to do so. I would be focusing on my counterparts provincially and at the federal level to show the plan and the business case and the rationale behind it. Certainly the city manager in his interactions does likewise, and as with the last time, there would be approaches by members of council to your counterparts to be seeking the appropriate funding, and certainly that is a vehicle to end on that is the appropriate discussion point to have in terms of the proportion share between different municipalities and the rationale for Ottawa getting one-third, and other municipalities getting other percentages.
But I would think, though, when we go to the province, and I'm trying to look up right now when the former premier went to Hamilton and told them they would get 100% funding, and then there seems to be some cloudiness around that now, but they're still in that range. When that commitment is made to a city like Hamilton, I would think we'd be jumping on that bandwagon and saying, what makes Hamilton more special than us? Kitchener-Waterloo, before Hamilton got that commitment, Kitchener-Waterloo got a 70% commitment just from the provincial government, never mind the feds. The feds tried to get on the bandwagon with them to sweeten the pot. But Toronto gets treated super specially, and yet we keep going back and saying thanks for $600 million, which is less than one-third of a project. Mr. Kirkpatrick, does anybody ever provide a rationale for why we get treated like second-class citizens here? And the reason I'm raising that is because everything that's before us and the requests that are coming both from the NCC or the position of the NCC and the residents, every one of those has a price tag attached to it and at some point become unaffordable for us. So if there's more money coming from other levels of governments that brings us up, that brings a parity with other municipalities, we should be in that game. And if we're not in the game, somebody should be explaining to us why we're not seen the same way.
Chair, the issue about why it used to be the GTA and now they refer to it as the GHTA at the provincial level, why does that region have a different funding relationship with the province when it comes to rapid transit? It has been a topic for, many years, but several years, I think, in terms of more focus, in particular, as the Councillor Bloss mentioned, when it was at one point in time identified that Waterloo was going to get a different funding deal than Ottawa did. That was a point of grievance for sure, and that's when they started to expand the policy from what had just been the GTA to this broader southwestern region, and now as it includes on Hamilton, and I think that was part and parcel with the Pan Am Games approach that the province was bringing as well. Anyway, that is a provincial policy position. It is one of the current government. It's been, as I said a minute ago, long held. It's something that if Ottawa wants to have change, which would be a fantastic thing, it's something that needs to be dealt with both at the administrative but frankly the political level. It's a policy position of the existing provincial government, and it rests on the fact that rapid transit in the GTA it goes beyond being a regional issue. It's integrated, and it deserves a higher funding level from the province of Ontario.
So we should be sending.
That's why you saw the creation of Metrolinx as an example to try to deal with what had been obstinate governance issues in terms of trying to come up with an integrated and effective transit system for that region.
Well, yeah, they can justify it. I mean, the LRT line that you're talking about in Hamilton is strictly within Hamilton. It doesn't connect to, other than transferring onto the O train. So what you're really saying is, you do your negotiations with your counterparts, staff does negotiations with theirs, but really we need to send the mayor down to speak to his former colleagues to see if he can't get us the same deal. Is that what it comes down to?
Well, I think, Chair, I'd say that we should continue with and what has been an ongoing effort to try to get, as Ms. Shepherd mentioned earlier, to get provincial government, and I think with the current Premier, who has signaled a real strong intent on dealing with some very difficult fiscal issues vis-a-vis the funding of infrastructure, in particular rapid transit, yes, that we should continue to petition the province and pressure to have Ottawa dealt with the same as the GTA municipalities. I just want to make clear that that's not something new. That has been an ongoing effort and focus, and should continue.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Chair, I think there needs to be direction from this committee that we chase the same funding formula as other municipalities do, and that we don't take the crumbs that are left over. Just back to the ridership, Ms. Shepherd, as I look at the report about ridership, because after you gave that response, I was trying to see how much is going through the Tunney's point right now, and I think the report says it's 9,000 passengers, which is what you indicated earlier, and it says that's as long as it serves as a temporary transfer point in 2018, and then 14,000 by 2031. But is that 14,000 once it's converted to LRT, or is that 14,000 if it stays as a transfer point? Because you were talking about increased capacity with the downtown line.
So in terms of the ridership today, those numbers are there. You're asking if it's going to be the same if it's a bus technology versus a rail technology?
No, I'm asking, the numbers I'm seeing here, we're saying that we reached our downtown capacity of 10,000 passengers per hour.
Right.
We're addressing that capacity issue right now as we speak. further down it talks about as long as Tunney serves as a temporary transfer point, it'll be approximately 9,000 passengers per hour in 2018. So when the Confederation line opens up, we're expecting to put 9,000 passengers through. That would be transferring onto the buses heading west and west, southwest, etc. The next number that's shown is 14,000. Does that 14,000 represent if we're in LRT mode or if we're in a BRT mode?
Those are virtually the same, and as I answered earlier, you would have different challenges if you were trying to do it with BRT versus LRT, feeding Tunneys.
No, I know, but that 14,000 number, what is that, BRT or LRT?
It's the same for both.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think your suggestion regarding the direction to senior staff on the funding issue is an excellent one. And I see Mr. Kirkpatrick has left the table, but is that direction that you accept? Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Bose. Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, en effet, j'ai quelques questions. Je pense que, juste pour débuter les questions, j'aimerais souligner tout l'effort qui a été fait pour être rendu au point actuel. Ma première question est la suivante. On bâtit la ligne de la Confédération, puis là, ensuite, on ajoute à l'ouest. Mais c'est pas clair pour moi, puis en lisant les rapports, c'est pas clair si, une fois que ça va être bâti, ça va être une ligne, une voie entre Blair et Baseline. Si tout ça, ça va être un corridor ou c'est nécessairement deux séparés?
So it is one line that would extend all the way from Baseline Station to Blair in the east.
I'm wondering the risk of doing such a move because we've seen this summer, for example, the O-Train. When the O-Train work is needed, what would happen on such a corridor? I mean, I believe in light rail. I think we need to do it, but I don't understand why we make a full one line out of this entire project. Why don't we split it in two, so then if one's off the queue, we can, we don't congest the entire system. How does that work?
So just to answer that is a requirement in terms of the maintenance, which we have on the Confederation line. We have a 30-year maintenance requirement, and it needs to be done off-peak. And so the design of the system that is being built provides for crossings, and so the trains can continue to run and meet their schedule. Of course, there's downtimes that it would be closed, but the maintenance would not impact the actual peak service. And so the system is designed to do that. So if you had to take one track out of service, you could run on the other, and we would be able to continue to run the service.
That makes sense from a maintenance point of view, but what happens when, we've seen in Toronto recently the flooding, for example. If one station of the Confederation line would be flooded, there's no way we can go through it, so we impact the entire network, the entire stations. It's the same thing with a threat. So I'm wondering, if ever we'd have to close a station, we'd close all of the stations, so the impacts are significant. I'm wondering if there's an alternative to that, or if that's considered in this plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in looking at this, we are looking at a number of different operational ways that the line could run. So we're looking at putting crossovers at different locations to segment the line. So we could, say if there were an issue at Searville Station, we could operate everything from Herdman west to Baseline. We're also looking at placing those crossovers and turnbacks such that we could operate one service from Tunney's to Baseline and one service from Blair to Tunney's, and operate different lines that overlap. So we're looking at creating that flexibility in the way the line is designed and where there are opportunities to turn trains back. We're doing the same thing at Lincoln Fields, so that in the morning, half the trains would originate at Baseline to pick up all the people from the Southwest Transitway, and half the trains would originate at Lincoln Fields to pick up all the people coming in from Canada, so that they have an opportunity to get a seat downtown. So there are a number of those ideas of how we would operate the system both in regular operations with multiple routes and in emergency situations that are being protected for in the design process.
Okay. I know Councillor Blowis had asked specific questions related to the NCC. Out of the proposal that's in front of us today, and I know it's at a very macro level and conceptually and everything, but how much of is there a percentage to which we need approval from the NCC, and if so, which percentage is it, or is it for the overall plan? I'm still confused about that.
Mr. Chair, what you need approval from the NCC for is anywhere that the train touches on federal lands. So where we require their lands, which is the section from Dominion to Cleary is one piece, and then within the Pinecrest corridor, there's another section where we require federal lands, and we will require their approval as a result.
Okay. Just in wrapping up a couple of the ideas that I had in mind for questions, they all relate to appearance and access. So the benefits to me as a user, but also looking at this, is if something's above ground, way above ground, the fencing is different, and if something's completely underground, the fencing is non-existent because you don't see it. Here there seems to be a hybrid of a lot of models, which makes sense to the extent of what we have in front of us and the route we're trying to establish. But are we, in designing a little more refined details of stations and the train, are we keeping in mind that there's no benefit to caging many? And when I say caging, it's the fences. If something's that grade, the fences that would be required. Are we evolving that thought to something maybe a little more interesting, a little more appealing, especially due to the proximity to the water and to the waterfront?
Mr. Chair, we will be looking at the details in the next phase. The expectation is, and we are still refining the design through LeBreton Flats for the Confederation line, and so we will be working with the NCC in terms of the type of fencing that would be input there. I expect we would follow a similar approach. And I just want to remind you that some of the line is already in a trench heading from Tunney's to Dominion. You're going about 2.4 kilometers. That's already in a trench. It already is fenced. I mean, it's something that's quite accepted and blends very well into the community. So we will be looking at that, and we've heard loud and clear from the community and from the NCC that the visual aspects of the system, particularly where it touches the federal lands, we need to pay particular attention to.
And I guess on that, the next level is, if you talk fence, you talk appearance, but you also talk access. I mean, I've definitely gone to the public consultation that was held here, but also I've followed the file and I've seen the file evolve. I think, it's still too early to define all of the access points clearly. But, it's hard when we do see in the report, like figure 14, for example, in one of the figures, it's the Cleary Station. We look at one of the pictures, there's good access points, but then you look at another one and you don't see the defined pads and cycling links. And that's fine. It's just, I hope that we go, we lose some of these early drafts so that we show the evolution of this file. Because when you start mixing the figures and the images, then we go back to initial discussions around access and the trenching and NCC approval and people and the community accessing the water. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Hobbs or Clark? Sorry,
what happened to my name? You guys keep... Nice try. Anyway, you went out of your way, did you? Just to put a context around it, what's the potential timing to construct this project?
As Mr. Chair, the current TMP shows this opening in 2023, which we had envisioned that it would start construction right after Confederation Line in 2018.
So it would be 2018 or 17 to 23?
That's correct, could be.
And the one that we're supposed to be built to extend to the other 100,000 population on the east, there's no timetable for that?
So, Mr. Chair, what's in front of you today is approval of a corridor. And as I said, when we come back with the TMP, and we will be tabling those, right now we're looking at September, that's when you would look at all the segments of your transit investment and the appropriate timing and would be making a decision. Clearly, staff will be recommending an approach, and you will be making a decision on that.
Well, my sense is the affordability is what's driving us to do this in pieces as opposed to a comprehensive overview, which Mr. Dean suggests we should be looking at. Or Jeans, pardon me. Not Dean's. What a horrible mistake that would be. In any event, no, the need for spur lines or for transfer lines, it's inevitable. Just put a little shuttle bus up from here or up from there. Well, that sounds to me pretty temporary. And I think we need to maybe get an overview at some point of what a complete rail network might look like, not because we're going to try to tackle it all at once and have the public up in arms on a multiplicity of fronts when we can only deal with them one at a time in any event. But I think it's a useful exercise to have a notion as to where all of the rail lines might eventually go. O-Train down to Osgood, for example, and similar kinds of things. But we need to do that. Now, this is all light rail. Is that accurate? Somebody this morning suggested
That's
this
correct.
is actually heavy rail. When we talked about, I guess, burying part of it in the first iteration, we talked about adding $80 million to the cost. Is that right?
So we increased the cost by $80 million, and it was broken between some 700 meters of burying plus some work at at the stations themselves.
How much of it is related to burying 700 meters of rail?
Yeah, estimate that's around $60 million.
About 60.
That's correct.
And that's for 700 meters. So if we buried the whole 1.2, that would be 60 million times 12 over 7, right?
Mr. Chair, what we will be doing is we will be taking away this direction in the next phase, refining the designs and looking at burying it, hopefully within the envelope that's been established.
No, but you're ducking and bobbing and weaving. If you bury 700 meters of it for 60 million, and you wanted to bury the whole 1.2 kilometers, would the cost not prorate 60 million into, do you follow me?
Mr. Chair, I mean, that would be a very simplistic approach, and we will be doing the details, and we will come back to you.
Well, but somebody's come up with this 60 million 2 minutes ago. That means for 1.2 meter, you come to 104 million. I don't really understand why you can't just say that.
Mr. Chair, we have not done the same level of work to continue to bury it for the additional 500 meters, and we have to look at the existing conditions, the location of the road. It may be different in terms of our ability to actually bury it in the same way, and that is the work that we would propose to do in the next phase.
Because I think a rough order of magnitude would be similar, though, would it not? Similar, not necessarily exact. I mean, you're not going to be exact in any of these numbers because of the inflation effect on our investment anyway.
Mr. Chair, our approach has been to understand the concerns of the community, take them away, look at how we can mitigate and develop costs associated with that. We have done a lot, and we will do the same thing. I don't want to give a price.
You don't want to be pinned down. I can see that. Okay. I guess my thoughts are that one could estimate that's the order of magnitude. If we're going to try to, quote, do this right, then saying you want to go back and study it some more, we're going to be studying this a lot before 2018. It's more a question of trying to respond to some of the very valid points raised this morning. And to do that, we need to get some ballpark to play in. And it's not at Coventry Road. Now, I think, before I run out of time, have we done much projection of demographics and what we're going to call the intensification factor in our study so far?
Mr. Chair, we have looked at the employment and residential numbers along this line, and we've also looked at the overall city growth and the ridership numbers. We're certainly quite aware of the demographic shift and the change. Certainly the senior population and part of the benefit of having rail in that situation. I mentioned a station like Dominion that is actually not very easy to get to today. This will be a fully accessible system, including at all the stations. So again, fits in very well with the expected demographic that we'll be facing.
And what about all these towers and towers that people are suggesting we're going to build? Is that going to relocate the locus, Mr. Schmidt?
Mr. Chairman, there's a fair bit of intensification that's already contemplated to occur in the area under the current planning policy framework that's been established through the official plan and also through some of the secondary planning. In my view, what this will do, the introduction of the LRT down this corridor, making a more attractive transit system, will spur on working within that framework, and our intention is to work within that framework. That's already been established by Council. This is not an area that's identified as a TOD area, as was the case with the lands around, for example, Sierraville or Saint Laurent, where you're actually trying to entice development. And in fact, the stations that are being contemplated for the Western LRT are in fact located at nodes of activity and nodes of density already. The Dominion Station, there's a fair concentration of towers and residential development there. Clearly, there's some opportunity for some additional within the current planning framework and zoning directions that have been established. And New Orchard, again, we have a fairly extensive concentration of towers. So infilling will continue, but within the parameters of the policy framework that's been established. And this is not really seen as a TOD area, as is the case with the areas that we want to try to have development enticed as a result of LRT.
Well, the TOD plans, at least in the East End, I'm familiar with. I kind of think, though, that what may get driven here is at what point will we have to start planning other stages other than the single line stage? And I'm not going to get at it today, but I am going to get at it. It seems to me that we are faced with having to do short-range planning, even though it's 10 years out. Take care.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hobbs, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, some of my questions have been addressed, but I just would like to maybe expand on them a little bit. And in terms of what the delegates that came here today asked about as well. And Councillor Chernchenko was talking about the kiss and ride, and I know that we're talking about line stations here, the additional line stations that are being added, and I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about that answer to what normally happens at a line station and what the impact will be of spreading out the I know right now there's a demand on Dominion. A lot of people are driving there because it's a significant distance away from Cleary. But could you comment on what normally would happen at a line station and where you would put drop-off points?
Mr. Chair, yes, the functions at line stations are primarily walk and cycle access, although there will be some kiss and ride activity that will likely happen. There's no formal park and rides that will be at any of these locations. What we see today is there's a fair amount of kiss and ride activity at Dominion because it really is the only access point to the transitway east of Lincoln Field Station. So there's a very large catchment area that are looking for a location to get to a station. Our analysis is preliminary, showing that when we introduce 2 new stations at Cleary and New Orchard, they will be as attractive, if not more attractive, than Dominion for some of the people that are currently doing that activity. So we expect to see some of that activity be shared amongst the 3 stations. We do need to look at how we accommodate that in terms of circulation around the station and making sure that it happens in a way that's appropriate to the neighborhood. So we will be doing that as part of our functional planning at those stations.
Thanks, Mr. Hopper. And I know you're an expert in this in many other cities in Canada. And I'm just wondering, in terms of line stations and of encouraging people to walk and ride their bikes there, is that working, or what things do you need to do in a line station to ensure that works?
One of the things we'll be looking at is continuity of the sidewalk network around the stations, making sure we have good, safe routes to cross the local streets. So, for instance, New Orchard Station has been planned such that the station house lines up with the traffic light at Richmond and New Orchard, so that the pedestrians have the use of the traffic light to cross the roadway to access the station. So there's those issues we need to look at. We need to make sure that we have adequate facilities for bicycles, so making sure we have racks and possibly storage facilities for bikes at those stations, making sure there's clear access into the station areas, making sure they're well signed so people know where they are. So those issues extend out the full catchment area. So we need to look at out into the neighborhoods where the continuity of the sidewalk network is to make sure that we get the best advantage of the stations. And that's been very successful in all the other cities that I've worked in.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to ask about, Mr. Smits, was you were just talking about development and how these added stations are not TODs, and which are transit-oriented development areas, and that's normally around a station, but not a line station. Is that where you normally see a TOD, or what would sort of be the difference why we don't have one here for Cleary and New Orchard?
Mr. Chairman, the whole notion behind the TODs that we've been involved with is to go in there and do proactive planning within those areas, to put in place the directions and the framework and pre-zone these areas to actually begin to stimulate interest in developing within those sectors. So those areas are really focused in the East End predominantly, is where we've directed our TOD energies. Around the other stations, many of them, in fact, are located within mixed-use centers where there is policy direction now to undertake secondary planning and prepare CDPs, and we're engaged in that in a number of situations. As you know, Tunney's is the one that we're launching and working on right now to organize how that area should evolve within the framework of the official plan. The stations Dominion, Cleary, and or New Orchard are basically along, for all intent and purpose, a traditional main street, which does contemplate intensification. There is policy direction in the official plan that does speak to supporting more intense development around transitway stations, and in fact that's been contemplated within the framework that's already been established, and really that framework is by virtue of the pattern of development that's evolved in those areas. So these 3 station locations are not areas that are sort of set aside or identified for us to go back into and do more detailed secondary planning work. The secondary planning work and the policy framework's been established. Intensification can occur within those areas. It will continue to occur. Nobody's saying it's not going to happen, but it will be within the framework and the parameters of the current direction. These are established areas where we have existing nodes of development, and these station locations are in fact providing enhanced transit service to those existing nodes sorts of development. And there's no doubt about it, it will stimulate some interest and some change to occur, but the intent is that that be directed within the frameworks that we have right now.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that. And, you know, one of the key things is that it is a built neighborhood today. And I think we've been seeing in some of the community design plans we've been doing in Kitchissippi Ward, especially around Tunney's, what's happening around Scott Street, is a consideration of the existing neighborhood and the existing zoning, that people that are living in the residentially zoned areas are protected, that they're actually put into the study period. So I'm just, or the study area. So I'm just wondering if we are considering maybe doing some type of a community design plan around kind of that Cleary New Orchard catchment area, to kind of consider how much we, like to give some feeling of security, and that we would be protecting some of the neighborhoods, and where exactly we would be doing different types of building. Because to my intention, and from what you just said, we do intend to protect the neighborhoods that are there, but to give the neighborhoods a better feeling of surety that that we will continue to have houses there, it's nice to kind of capture it in a secondary plan or a community design plan. So would there be any possibility that we could work that into a budget to do one for that area?
I think the first thing to remember is that a community design plan really is a plan that's directed to areas where change is contemplated, so it's directed to how do you manage that change. Cleary, in fact, is covered by the Westboro Community Design Plan and the Westboro Secondary Plan. New Orchard is not. And really, it's not an area that's identified for initiating a CDP in the short term. We've got a number of priority areas for CDPs, but I think the important thing to remember is that the official plan, in fact, does carry policy that does speak to ensuring that we maintain and protect our stable residential areas, particularly the lower profile ones. And through the new official plan process that we're embarking on right now, the intention of that review is to provide greater clarity with respect to both the areas that are seen as those stable areas and those areas that are seen as the change areas, but even providing greater clarity in terms of what is the nature of change for those change areas. So I wouldn't see the necessity, Councillor, to be quite honest with you, at this point in time. I think there's a lot of protections currently with respect to stable residential areas, and really New Orchard is the only one that's not covered right now under an existing CDP or secondary plan framework.
Okay, thanks very much. And I guess I'll leave it to Councillor Taylor if he wanted to have a CDP in his area, because I do understand Cleary is covered, and we also have a little refresh of that community design plan going on as well, so we maybe can include it in that. I just also wanted to ask about the sort of the landscape, and I know when Mr. Bowman spoke earlier, there was some concern about the trails that are in front of that, the building. I think it's, I'm not looking at the address, but I think it's 737 Richmond, and where the station, the underground station will be with the green roof. Can we just comment on where the walking and pedestrian, or the walking and cycling trails will be in that area, and if they, I know I indicated earlier they'd be there. I just want to make sure that they are planned to be there in front of that building.
So, Mr. Chair, the pathways that exist will be maintained, and we will be looking at that in the next phase in terms of how do they look, where do they come and go from, and in particular paying attention to where those communities that are adjacent to the parkway access, and where their path, you know, their desire line is in terms of where do they go and so on. So in between the station and that facility, there is currently a path. We would look to maintain that, and it would I expect connect directly to the station itself. But given the need that we have to take a look at the station and the station house and the footprint and everything, I just want you to be assured that the pathways that exist will be maintained. Our plan then is to enhance pathway connectivity, particularly to the water's edge, and look at how we can improve the connectivity overall.
Okay. I guess my concern is in front of that building with the station house depicted the way it was, it does come out and it effectively blocks that pathway, the cycling pathway, from continuing on to the west. So that's a big concern that I have, and I know we've discussed this in terms of the size of that station. Yes. I know there's an impending development there as well, and there's lots of considerations there, but that trail is critical, and to me. The last thing I just wanted to ask here, and I know my time's running out, is about the how the local buses will change as a result of this line being in. So, you know, is there something to do with the number 87 and how the two will be impacted? I don't know if there's somebody here to talk about that, what's going to happen in the community with these buses with...
Mr. Chair, so what will happen is, I mean, the bus route and the local service will be reviewed as part of the implementation of this. There is currently no service provided in terms of rapid service that we would be adding at Cleary and New Orchard, which will undoubtedly impact the demand for the local service. So people will choose to use rapid over local. So OC Transpo will design their route systems to respond to that, and they will also, you know, once we have finalized and really know exactly where those stations will be, they will again be looking at the beginning and the termination points of various routes, local routes that exist in the community, and how they will connect to Tunney's Pasture and potentially along the line where people may choose to transfer along Richmond Road.
Thanks, yeah, because that's critical in getting people to all these stations and not having more cars. I guess the last thing is on Dominion Station. I'm running out of time, but I haven't been happy with how Dominion Station is and how it's sort of too big in front of the houses there, and I know that's going to be part of the discussion going forward. I just want to get your assurance that that is still under consideration and mitigation could still apply.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As we identified the concern raised by the residents in terms of the proximity of the station, we are looking at how we can move it away a bit, and twofold: the proximity to the residents, but also the stand of trees that was raised as a real important community feature to retain. So we're going to do that during this next phase, and we've already done some preliminary work, and so we can say yes, it looks like it's feasible. So more work to be done on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for providing all the information today that you have been. I want to take us back just to a question that had been raised by one of the delegations earlier and give you an opportunity to speak a little bit to us about the NCC. And I'd like you to kind of detail for us, given the experiences we've had with Confederation Line and many other planning projects in the city, what is our typical kind of operating relationship with the NCC when we get into the complex matters like this? What constitutes a yes from the NCC, and when do we expect that in projects of this size and scope? And what is your opinion on the working relationship that we have with the NCC? There seems to be a lot of public discussion about, well, the NCC have said no, and that is in fact not the case. They haven't said yes yet, but we also haven't asked a question yet. So we haven't asked a yes/no question anyway. So I wanted to hear from you a little bit about kind of our city experience dealing with the NCC.
Mr. Chair, that's an excellent question. So number one, we need to work with the NCC where federal lands are impacted, and that happens a lot in our day-to-day work. So I'll just run through, how do we get to yes, and at what point, and refer back to the Confederation Line. So the Confederation Line, not unlike this project in front of you today, the NCC had significant concerns. And in fact, when we were at the conceptual design stage, we went to them with 30% design on 5 federal stations that would be subject to the federal land use approval, and suggested that perhaps they would give us approval. They were not in any position to do that, and as a result, they worked with us hand in hand throughout the procurement process. They were at design review meetings with the 3 proponents as they came forward, and what they did is they clearly articulated, here's our capital interests, and that was the bar that was set. And then as we went through the design, we measured those stations against that bar and provided feedback to the proponents to say, yes, you can do this, no, you can't do that. At the end of the day, we did not get approval from the NCC until just before financial close. So on this station, and Councillor Taylor, you're absolutely right, we have not asked them for approval, and we've been pretty clear that we are not asking them for approval. We're asking them to let us know what their concerns are. And you can see from their motion that they have articulated what their concerns are and what their expectations are. And so we will take that on, and we will work with the staff and go through the process. I just want to be clear that as we file the EA, we won't have, I don't expect we will have NCC approval at that point. We may have an indication that, yes, you know, you're going in the right direction, but we will need to continue to work with them throughout the design and up until procurement before we actually get a final approval from them.
So in other words, if I'm hearing you correctly, I mean, you're talking about groundbreaking for this project. I mean, if it all rolls out along the timelines that we forecasted, groundbreaking for this project would be 2018. Is that correct? So we wouldn't hear from the NCC, we wouldn't hear a definitive, yes, this is our blessing, you're okay to go ahead until 2017, 2018? I mean, would that be the norm?
Based on our experience, that is correct.
And so, just to be clear, any other route, path, project in the city, as it relates to transit, where we need to touch NCC land, we would be in the exact same situation. We would not be expecting, you know, their blessing on the use of their land until weeks before the shovels hit the ground.
That's correct, and we're doing the same thing on other projects. It's not just transit projects.
Okay, and their staff are still actively engaged with our staff, so presumably in the planning process, in this discussion process?
Yes.
So presumably if the NCC actually meant, no, we will not even entertain this, they wouldn't be allowing their staff to, you know, continue working with us, I would imagine. It would be just a waste of time. So my assumption based on their actions is that this is their normal process. And you're telling me that that is, in fact, the case?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I don't see anybody else on the list, so I'm gonna jump on and ask a couple of questions. Going back to the delegations this morning, we heard from a number of delegations, Ms. Sheppers, I think starting with Mr. Vachon, who was the very first delegation, concerns about our proposal would impede access. So I'm wondering if you could just, for the benefit of the people in the room, just if you could tell us where each of the access points will be and whether they will be safe access points in the current proposal. Because right now people, of course, have to run across, as one of the other delegations said, 4 lanes of traffic in some cases. So where will they be and how many will there be?
Mr. Chair, at this point and within the envelope, we've identified 2 crossings, one at Dominion Station and one at Cleary. Clearly, I know that the NCC has done work and identified where those informal crossings are, so they may shift slightly depending on where the desire lines are, but those would be completely protected crossings where, you know, folks with a, you know, kid on the bike behind them can actually ride through and not have to run across the pavement and up and down over curbs.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Another issue that was raised was what the impact of going in and doing this proposal and doing some berming, what the impact would be on the trees in the area. And can you talk a little bit about how we're going to respond to that, what we're going to replace the trees with, that sort of thing?
So there's been suggestion that, you know, hundreds of trees will be lost, and first I want to say we're going to minimize the impact that we have on trees. There are areas that trees will be impacted. We've done some preliminary work, and there's some ash in that area that will be having to go anyway. As we've indicated in the report, our next phase, we're going to do some very detailed work on the landscaping. And you will recall at the public open house, we did have a board that showed the box with the train in it and the plantings that we could do in that vicinity. And we certainly anticipate there will be area that we can plant mature trees that would be replacing some of the stock that exists there today. And one of the other things that we've committed to in the report is to actually look at, can we do that? Is there an opportunity to do some early planting so that some of that planting can get established and provide for that replacement screening before we actually do the construction?
Okay, thank you. The other issue that came up, and I did give you some direction on behalf of the committee in that regard, but the other issue that came up was around vibration during the construction process, possible damage to properties. So, and I know that's an issue that comes up with any major construction project. So can you speak a little bit about what the city's process is to both before they go in and start constructing and what steps they take throughout the construction process to address that?
So through the construction process itself, we would put a requirement on the proponent in terms of vibration and being responsible for any damage that's caused through the construction period. So typically what happens is the contractors will go out and they will do a baseline assessment and understand if there's any the condition of the properties in the vicinity, and then be able to establish a baseline to monitor against. And then should there be any damage or any issues that come up, they would be dealt with through a claims process. So I mentioned that we're going to look at the construction process and better understand how that might happen in terms of the actual amount of vibration and noise. It's not the same as the Confederation line, clearly, in terms of a tunneling operation, but it is typical construction that we would do on any roadway when we're replacing underground services.
Okay. One of the questions that came up from some of the delegations and also to a certain extent from Councillor Blois was in and around the size and the location of some of the stations, for example, Cleary or New Orchard. Is there contemplation as you go forward into the functional and the detailed design to look at that so that the stations at the end of the day may be in a slightly different position, may be of less, I think the term that was used was magnitude. Are those some of the things that you'll be looking at improving or enhancing as you go forward?
Yes.
Okay. And now the big question. We've got a budget right now of $980 million. We have a list, if you will, of concerns from the residents, the community, a list of concerns from the NCC. You've outlined your process going through with detailed design and functional design. Do you feel comfortable that with the current budget that you will be able to address and respond to those concerns?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. I believe that that's a challenge that staff is up to, and we will take that upon ourselves to do so.
Okay, we're going to hold you to that. Okay. So there are no further questions, so we're going to move into the debate portion of the meeting. We have before us the motion that was tabled at the very beginning with regard to the NCC motion and concerns, and then we have the overall report. So those who are wanting to, Councillor Fleury is already on the board. Anybody else who wants to speak on the matter, if you could populate the board, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
sorry, Councillor Fleury. Are there any other motions that people are going to be putting forward? Can we give Councillor Harder a mic?
Councillor Blois and I were just looking at your motion, Mr. Chair, and having some questions on that. So do you want us to deal with that specifically, deal with you? Because it is different than asking questions of the staff. Or do you want us just to include that in our ramp up to the...
Well, if they're pure questions as opposed to debate, then, yeah, I think you can direct the questions either to myself or to staff at this point. You might as well get the information on the table before we do the debate. Sure.
You know what? Because it's such a... proceed as you are, but perhaps I know I would like a hard copy of this because it's so long. It's hard to see it on the rolling screen. I'd like to make some notes and some questions.
I can see, I can ask the clerk's office to do that. We'll just
I don't know if anyone else would like one, but I would like
Sure, we'll get one for everybody.
You know, because just for example, I'll just give you a heads up, Mr. Chair. For example, that therefore be it resolved, if approved by committee and council, the Richmond Underground be included in the 2013. What does that mean? What's the impact of that? What happens when that happens? That kind of stuff. So we need to ask those kind of questions. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we received by email that motion plus a second motion that is much shorter. Are the two together, or are they different motions, or what? I don't know what the second one is. It just says, resolve that staff be directed to seek
No, that second motion has been dealt with by way of direction.
Of direction, so we're only
Yeah,
dealing with
that
one
was the
motion.
direction after the
Thank
break,
you.
so don't worry about the second one.
Right, that's all he's want.
Councillor Harder, do you want to put yourself on the board to ask the questions, or you want to have it in front of you?
I'll just yell loud. Oh, yeah. If it's all right with you, since Councillor, I don't remember your name. I'm looking at you, Matt. Fleury.
Well, Councillor Fleury.
Councillor Matt. If he wanted to speak, and then if we get them, we can have a look at it, because it's not going...
Well, I see he's off the board now, and Councillor Blois. Councillor Blois, do you want to ask questions about the motion?
I do.
But you want the copy in front of you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to read it off the screen.
It's just hard.
So, Mr. Chair, we've been trying to digest the motion in terms of what it means, especially any financial effect that it may have on this particular project and even on the Transportation Master Plan. So I'm not sure if staff wrote this or if staff has been reviewing this as the meeting has been going on, but I'm looking at, I want to make sure we don't sign a blank check here. This project has already been going up significantly in terms of cost, and as I'm reading the therefores, and further therefores resolved, what does this mean in terms of financials? Are you going to come back and say, well, you approved this today and here's an additional price tag?
Mr. Chair, in terms of the motion here, what I take away from it is the first, therefore, be it resolved, is that this corridor, as approved, the recommendation is to approve the corridor, and you have a budget. We've got a number in front of you of 980. So this first, therefore, directs us then to have that corridor and the amount included in the TMP. So that would establish, for this part of your overall transit plan,
right,
the actual corridor and the amount.
Right, and that's consistent with what you told us earlier, I believe.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the second one is that we would continue to work with NCC, and it specifically refers to the functional and the detailed design, because, as I have indicated, we will not be completed our discussions with them once the functional design is done, but it will certainly be much later in the detailed design process, and then it speaks to the concerns raised by the NCC board, and then the final, therefore, be it resolved that we be directed to inform the NCC board of the outcome of this direction. And I think what's important is the direction asked us to come back to the board with very detailed numbers in September for their board meeting. So the operative here would be that Chair Aglai would be writing to the board or the mayor to say, this is the outcome of our discussion, and we are unable to come to the board meeting with the information you've requested in September.
Okay. Now, when do you come back to Transportation Committee with the functional and detailed design of this project?
So it would be completed in Q1 of 2014. We have a lot of work to do.
And of course, by doing this, the first, therefore, be it resolved, automatically includes this as probably the number one priority in the TMP. Is that the way I read this?
No, it does not. It basically just gives us direction, essentially to update the corridor, because the corridor, you'll recall, in the TMP showed the line going along the Ottawa River Parkway, and that caused a lot of concern. We would be updating the corridor, and then we would use the numbers that we have for today. We're clearly going to be updating other numbers with the Transportation Master Plan, and you've provided a lot of other direction to us that we will be responding to in the Transportation Master Plan. So today does not does not state that this is your priority. Today doesn't do any of that. All it does is tell staff that, yes, you've approved the corridor, and update the TMP to reflect that when you come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blois. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, just following through on that, the $980 million, is that still plus or minus 25%?
Yes, it is.
So it could, in fact, be up to almost like $1.2 billion in the end.
So it is a Class D, and the next phase we'll be refining that number. It is plus or minus 25%, and I'm, you know, we were very successful on the Confederation line of containing the costs within the 2.1. I'm always hopeful that we would do exactly the same here.
Well, we did that partly by changing location and design and quite a few things. The functional and detailed design, is this, we're not getting to working drawing design. This is what level of design is that?
Detailed design.
So a functional design will get us to 10%, and the motion reads to both the functional and the detailed design, because we would, again, at that functional design level, which is Q1 2014, we would not be going to the board seeking their approval. Again, we would be saying, here's where we are, and getting additional direction, which would then be done during the detailed design, which would run into the procurement phase.
So then the procurement phase would not be happening for some years if we can't start. So really what we'll have in Q1 2014 is really the functional design, and the detailed design would be sometime after that.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I was sort of wondering about. And I think the rest of it's pretty clear. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor. Councillor Hardy, you've had an opportunity to look at the paper copy.
Yes, thank you very much for that opportunity. It's way easier to read it when it's in front of you, especially since we don't have in the motion on the screen at any point actually the NCC part that, well, we can't see it anyways if it's there, but we do have it on the printed one here, which, for example, where it says, be it further resolved that, this is the NCC part, Ms. Shevers, that in the incoming more advanced work by the city of Ottawa on the Western LRT, a detailed proposal for placing underground the entire 1.2 kilometer portion of the proposed corridor. Are you actually going to do that? Is this committing to doing that detail to flesh out what that cost would be? Are you going to go, and how much is that going to cost us to do that?
So we will be looking at burying it for the remainder of that 1.2. And we will be analyzing it, and certainly if the cost is such, we might be looking at other ways that we might mitigate, and we would work with the NCC. But our first look will be to look at burying it all and look at what that would mean.
So how much is that going to cost you to do that? Because that's not something you originally had as part of your work plan.
I can't say off the top of my head. There is an incremental cost to that, but recall that we would be doing the functional design. So, you know, some of the work that we're going to be doing in terms of geotechnical, in terms of noise, in terms of those kinds of things that will inform the design, we would be doing anyway. So there's an incremental cost to look at the burying it, but I can't say exactly what that might be.
Well, I'd like to know what that is when you get some kind of an idea of it, because I don't think that it's free. You know, it's something that I think that they're, unless it's a really good deal and that somebody else steps up to the table with some money, I wouldn't want there to be false expectations that council was likely to support that without any partnership financially from somebody else. It's just not a sense that I think that we have.
So, Mr. Chair, I think that what's important here is that we're going to do the work that the community has asked us to, and certainly the NCC has as well. So we will be doing that detailed work, and we will be applying innovation to it to make sure that we stay within the envelope that's included here today. So in my mind, sometimes when you spend a little more up front and you can actually get some innovation through that process, for me, the big driver right now is that we need to make sure we keep our eye on that 980. So how can we do that? And we're going to roll up our sleeves and go back to the drawing board.
And that's good to hear. Yesterday, when we were talking about the casino, I brought up the fact that we all know that we're challenged with financing the significant number of large projects that we have to undertake, aside from this in the city. We have 40-some. We only have money for 20-some, and that's going to be a tough enough decision. I just want to make sure that in therefore be it resolved that in 2013 TMP refresh schedule, there's not going to be any queue jumping. Just like, and I asked this question yesterday, Mr. Chair, about the Albion Road and all of that kind of stuff and how that's going to not impact the growth areas and the continuation or the advancement of the transit into the East End, etc. And I want to make sure that this is not going to in any way, there's not even a chance that it's going to be jumping up ahead, this Richmond Underground, of any of the projects we already have in the can that we know that that are already pressures to us.
I think Councillor Blois asked that question already, that by approving this motion, are we doing that? I think the answer was no.
But I'm asking in a different way, because in the context of yesterday and in the pressures that we have, what we don't need, Mr. Chair, is we don't need another pressure to that very large pot right now that we have to make tough decisions on.
No, I hear what you're saying. My understanding, though, is this motion will not do that. I mean, when we get to TMP, we're going to be having discussions about priority, but that's a different phase. But my understanding, and I'm looking to Ms. Shephers to confirm that, but my understanding is this simply refreshes what's already in there and corrects the alignment that's already in there and doesn't jump any queues. But I'll turn that back over to Ms. Shephers.
No, Mr. Chair, that you've stated it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is there anybody else who has any questions about the motion as opposed to getting into debate around the report and the motion? So we'll go to debate then and start with Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais encore une fois souligner tout l'effort qui avait été fait à ce sujet-là au niveau de la communauté, au niveau des différents conseils qui ont été impliqués, mais aussi au niveau des employés. If we go back a couple of months, even a year now, or over a year, we remember the dialogue or the discussion related to 4 corridors or 4 options. They were well analyzed, and the file evolved. And I found it unfortunate today that some of the delegations went back to the option of Carling, because it's clearly explained why Carling is not a selected corridor or a priority option. We would all like to have more transit, more rail, more access. I think generally speaking, that's the direction that we are all saying around the table. I'm not hearing from the community going to many other consultation, even the one that was held here that was really well attended. No one said don't build it. They just want the plan to be refined and be cautious of those micro impacts, some relating to visual impacts, some relating to fencing, some relating to noise. And I think, do we have all the answers today? Probably not, but there's a lot more clarity around what the objectives are, what we're looking to improve, and also I think we're sending a clear message to the NCC and saying, work with us on this project like you've done on other projects. I know, we often highlight the differences we have with the NCC, but the majority of the time we work with them and they work with us and we find common ground. So, I'm really I'm confident that on this file, we're at the early stages of discussion with them that we'll find a compromise or an outcome that's most desired by all. And I highlight some of the comments from from my colleague relating to cost. I mean, it's important to measure that, because if ever the National Capital Commission says, well, City of Ottawa, you need to do this on our land, and there's outstanding cost, well, those need to be factored in, and they need to be aware of those costs, because we're not just going to absorb them and say, hey, NCC, we bow to you. No, we won't. We won't. We're tired of it. We want this rail to come in. It's needed. And I don't know if people realize, but in 2017, early 2018, a lot of the impacts in the West are going to be Tunney's Pasture. A lot of the buses are going to end and start at Tunney's Pasture. So at that point, people of the neighborhood will say, build light rail, because all of the impacts are going to be at that station. People are going to get to that station. And let me reassure you, your councillors know this, and they're pushing to get this plan forward and prepare and ready. Alors, encore une fois, je voulais souligner l'effort de tout le monde. Je pense qu'il y a eu une bonne dialogue, un bon progrès, puis une franche analyse de la part de la Ville qui amène à ce qu'on a eu aujourd'hui. C'est pas terminé, c'est un début, mais je pense qu'on s'en va dans la bonne direction. Puis ce qu'on entend du public généralement, c'est on veut être proche d'une communauté où il y a du transport en commun qui est accessible, puis qui est rapide, puis qui est à temps. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We have to recognize that at the bottom end of this, affordability is still going to rear its ugly head. We also have to recognize that we're quite a long way off from actually getting to firm design. I want to comment on the report itself. The first recommendation is to approve the corridor, which I don't think anybody's going to argue about. The third one is that when you complete the environmental assessment process, you do it in accordance with the regulations. The second one on there says complete the functional design, hopefully modified by direction from today's meeting, and that's what I want to try to address. I would like to suggest that the language of that direction be expressly added to recommendation 2, in that it says that staff ensure that the work plan for the functional detailed design include consideration of all mitigation measures detailed in the staff report, as well as the concerns raised by the community and by the public delegations heard today. This is what you say you're going to do, so I don't think there should be any problem with staff with this friendly amendment to recommendation 2.
I see staff nodding their heads, Councillor Clark, so I think that is a friendly amendment, Ms. Shepherd?
Yeah, absolutely. Our intention is to take into consideration all of the issues that have been raised.
Yeah, I just want it in the report because I realize it's all the verbiage here and it may show up in the minutes, but if it's in the report recommendations, I think we're safer. Both we're safer and so are all those people out there. So that I'd like to submit this friendly amendment. Joel, you already have it somewhere.
Right here, Peter.
Okay. Now, I find today has been a rather interesting meeting because, in essence, after 7 hours yesterday, this has been refreshing. The 7 hours yesterday wasn't very refreshing. It was depressing, actually. I think that we have a task, and that task is to eventually come up with a complete rail network to cover the needs super long-term, because this is long-term enough for most people. I don't probably expect to live to see this western thing built, but I also expect that we have to develop, whether it's through a transportation master planning process or some other, a way to get what might be an eventual rail network sort of conceptually put in place, not with any studies attached, just with the planning information, which I'm sure Mr. Smith guaranteed me we have earlier. That being demographics and intensification shifts that might affect the value added of transit. I think as a community, we're committed to transit. We have the best record in transit in North America, to all intents and purposes. At the same time, we're focused on the problems. We've never focused on what's right with the system. Why do that? We have a great transit system. We have a good road network, which has been subject to a lot of deterioration, which hopefully the next term of council will treat with a different priority than the set of priorities we've operated for this 4 years. And I think as well that we have to go forward with this and support the staff report as amended, and the other one that deals with arranging to be involved with the NCC right through the process. I don't see anything wrong with either of those motions. They're not in conflict, and I will be supporting them both.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a couple of comments here, and my first comment would be how times have changed. It wasn't that long ago, a couple of terms ago, when we tried to extend the then proposed north-south line from the Rideau Centre to Herdman Station, and I think the cost along the existing transitway was going to be something like $5 million on top of the savings that we would get for not moving some heritage buildings, and that never went anywhere. Pretty amazing to see suddenly within weeks that we have a project that comes back significantly inflated by about $80 million. But I do want to give credit to the ward councillors who've been working on this, who are most directly affected, because they're the ones that had to go to bat the hardest here to try and find solutions for their residents, at the same time maintain the integrity of extending the LRT further west. So I do want to give them credit for taking on the heavy slogging here. And you're never going to get the perfect system, and the devil's in the details. But the fact that I think today that we had 10 delegations who still have concerns, that is greatly diminished from where you were a couple of weeks or a couple of months ago. So definitely strides forward, albeit at a cost. I guess what it comes down to, my main concern remains with the affordability of the whole plan, the whole LRT network. And I think what we have to remember is for every cent, for every buck that we increase the cost here of the Western LRT, that is $1 less that we can put into the system elsewhere as we move forward in the transportation master plan. So we shouldn't be, and I'm supporting this, but we should be very careful that we don't keep inflating the price of this, because it will bite us later on down the road as we go to finish off the whole network. So well done to the councillors who've taken on the heavy slogging here, but to be mindful of future costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blois. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start by saying I appreciate very much the people who have taken time to come here, and I don't just say that because I know it's very easy to get tarred with that famous NIMBY label, but the fact is it is in your backyard. The fact is you are the ones who are going to be most affected by it, and it is very much in your interest. I cannot see why people who are going to be most intimately affected by a change would not be here speaking to try to minimize that impact. And I do feel it very much our job to listen to you, and if we cannot eliminate the impact, at least continue to do what we can to mitigate it. That being said, there's always going to be limitations to what can be done if the project, if the goal of a rail transportation system is going to be built, and therein lies the challenge and lies the conflict. We heard about public consultation. I guess I just feel I have to make a point here to the city at large, if anyone's listening, which is we don't design a rail system by saying, what would you like and where would you like it? We begin to design a rail system by having professional planners, transportation engineers, etc., look at what we've got, look at the direction we need to go in, and then make a number of recommendations. It's at that point that we seek feedback from the public, and I do believe we've gotten better throughout the process in doing that. And I think proof of that is that changes have been made, and more changes are going to be made, and we have a commitment from our staff to continue to look at all of these things. So, again, it's important to consult and to listen, but we can't always do everything that's asked for. And that really comes to my final point, which is we do have a budget. Ultimately, we do have a budget. We would all love our buildings, our infrastructure, our bike lanes, our rail to be a Mercedes. But we can't create a Mercedes for everyone. We can aim to create a Volkswagen for everyone and make sure no one gets stuck with a Lada. So if you'll forgive me that metaphor, maybe a little old-fashioned, it's really important no one gets stuck with the Lada. Councillor Fleury, I'll talk to you later. It's really important nobody gets stuck with a Lada here. But we've got to make sure we have a functional system so we can take it further, because to have, extend that metaphor now, to have that Mercedes but stop at a point that's way short of a real system, we're never going to get out to Canada, we're never going to get to Barrhaven, we're never going to get out further east, we're never going to go south. And it's really important for this system to work and be used that there's enough money to do that and do it well. That's why, with all the imperfections, with all the answers we don't have yet, with a lot of things that still have to be worked through with the NCC, I do feel comfortable supporting moving forward on this, but knowing we have a commitment to keep addressing these many issues that have been brought forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can echo some of the things that Councillor Tarasenko has just been saying, because I think it is a case of a need for a system within Ottawa that we don't have yet. When we did the Master Transportation Plan 5 years ago, we had a lot of public discussion on it, of extreme amount, because we came up with a basic plan at that time. The public spoke loud and clear and said, Ottawa is primarily an east-west system with a southern section, but the east-west is where the bulk of the population is, between the outlying communities, both east and west, and through the center. And we need to be able to have that east-west system and then connect it down towards the southern nodes. And this particular project does that. It goes towards the west, not very far west, frankly, for the whole city, but it goes to the west, and then it swings to the south, so you'll get that future connection going to the south. And it provides for a future connection going to the west as well eventually, and that will be in the Master Transportation Plan. So it's a very, very vital link. What we're building right now was relatively easy to get the location because we already had the bus transit way. We had a route that was already being used for transit. Going west, we don't have that. We had the buses going along on the Parkway, and they've been doing that for a long time. And there've been more buses and more buses and more buses, and I'm sure that the public here knows that, because one of the great difficulties right now in using the land along the Ottawa River is getting across the Parkway when it's rush hour. You can't safely cross that road, except in 2 or 3 places where you have underpasses. So it has been almost cut off the use of that open space, other than to look at it as you drive by or sit in a bus going by. So I think that this then is at least going to open that up so we can use it. One of the questions that I would have for staff in looking forward and doing it with the costs and trying to stay within it is the point that Councillor Lois made. Do we need 2 stations there? The idea was to have at least 1 station there so the public could get off, and actually not just the people living there, but other people could go and enjoy that part of the Parkway. And right now it's really difficult for the public to get there. And I think that if we are running into a cost problem, then I think moving from 1 station instead of 2 is one way of dealing with it. And having a simpler design for the station is another way of doing it. We do have been in many cities in Canada and elsewhere in their transit systems. And the stations that you have in many of these light rail systems are really quite simple. And we have simple stations right now on our O train, for example, which is a good example. And even on our bus transit way, they're much simpler than this are. So I think it is really critical that we stay within budget so other projects can go forward. And if we have to make some modifications in a minor way, but still saving money to do that, we have to look at doing it. That was done in what we're doing today. We moved from a deeper tunnel, which staff said we had to do because it's the only way to get through, to a different, slightly different route and a shallower tunnel, and saved quite a lot of money in doing so. And that was the value engineering that we asked. In fact, I put a motion forward on that to say, do value engineering to make sure that the best value you get the service, but the costs are retained or are held back so it can go forward. So I really ask that we, in doing this next stage, that's, I think, when you really have to bring in the value engineering to ensure that we do stay within budget. I don't even want the 25% increase, frankly. I don't know if we ever be able to get it to go down. That doesn't usually happen around here, but if we can do that. So it will be several years, I know, before we get to the point where we really know that for sure. But it is important, and if these are 2013 costs, we know we're going to have some inflation, even though inflation is pretty light now. We also know that the inflation of the things for transitway, like steel, et cetera, go up faster than anything else, and we do have to be cautious. So that's my comments, Mr. Chair, and I will be supporting the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, I do want to also thank all the delegations that came out today, and for all of you that have come out repeatedly to these public meetings. It's been critical, your input, and today too I was trying to drill down to find out exactly what it is that you need changed here, so everybody in this room can hear that and understand what your issues are in living right there. And you know, we saw some pictures that show this area today, and there's significant tree cover there, and there's a significantly different looking area than what it will be during this transition, and hopefully eventually it will look like it does today or better, but we have to recognize that that is an impact on you. And so I just want to say to all my colleagues here how thankful I am that what I'm hearing here today is an understanding of your concerns, and also an understanding that this $80 million is a worthwhile amount of money to spend to address those concerns, and that we still need to work on those concerns. So I appreciate, Councillor Blow has talked about the devil being in the details. That's true, and we want to get better in this solution. And to Councillor Chernyshenko as well, who talked about not doing it at any cost, but to be very cognizant of the neighbors that are there. So I just want to say thank you. I know that it has seemed at times maybe we weren't listening, but I feel that we were. We had a public open house where things changed drastically after you gave your comments, and so I hope that you will continue to give those comments because they matter. We were listening when we had those public open houses, and we're listening now, and we will continue to listen. And we've had those assurances today from staff who've worked so long and hard. I want to thank you very much for everything that's been going on leading to this point. I know there's a lot more, but for the team that's here and for the others that have also been involved, thank you very, very much for everything you've done to address what concerns were brought up from the neighborhood, and to create a world-class transit system that will serve the City of Ottawa. So that's really all I want to say. I don't get a chance to vote today, but I appreciate everybody's attention here today, and again, thank you so much to the community for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and like my colleague, Councillor Hobbs, I don't have a vote today. I don't sit on this committee, but I did choose to spend my day here to hear from the delegations here again today and participate a little bit. This issue for our ward has been one that has been much discussed, and certainly as I knocked on doors and continue to knock on doors around the areas, not just even close to where the proposed stations are going to be, but even a little further afield, one of the repetitive comments that I heard was how appreciative people were that this plan actually delivers transit to our ward and not just through it. And I believe that in the kind of successive iterations of the plan, as it's been retooled and refined with the feedback of folks not just from around our area, but from all across the city who attended the open houses, we've arrived at something which our treasurer feels is within the realm of fiscal responsibility. And although I do recognize that there are still there are still some concerns, and there will be, as we move towards, design down the road. We've also landed in the envelope of respectfulness to the folks who have to live with the transit impact closest to them, but at the same time stand to benefit from having access to transit that they don't enjoy currently. So certainly, I'd ask my colleagues to support this, and this really is kind of one of the missing pieces of the puzzle for folks who want to move, west to east or through the center of our city, and getting this puzzle piece right and plugging it into the middle of the map certainly positions us well to grow our transit capability west and south, and for folks moving east into the years to come. So I want to appreciate and recognize the delegations who came out today and those who participated, those who perhaps didn't get a chance to come out but who wrote emails or took the time to approach me in public and mention their feedback. It all did find its way back into the hands of the city, and I think even at a meeting with one of our communities just several days ago, we indicated to them that there's still the opportunity for tweaks and design as things move forward. So I'm looking forward to that process, and on behalf of the folks that I represent in the areas of Bay Ward that stand the most to benefit from this, they certainly are eager to see it move forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all need to put in perspective that some fundamentals are being agreed to by this committee. And certainly we need to go forward. But let's not forget the fact that even if everything is perfect and we have money at the table, we're still talking the earliest getting started is 2018. I'm pretty sure that other than the fundamentals, there's going to be some changes. I mean, they're more likely to be more of the site plan kind of things that happen, but they, and less likely to be something that is egregiously more expensive, but there will be change. So I wanted to echo some people's thoughts and thank the councillors that have been most engaged in this process, that have been in this piece of our LRT, our future LRT, have been really connected at the hip with staff. And I want to thank staff for what they have accomplished, because it hasn't been easy, and I want to thank the public, because you have come out in droves, really, to speak to this, because it matters to you. But what I want everybody to remember, that it doesn't just matter to the people that are here today, and that's why I'm here. I don't get to vote on this committee either. I could have waited to council, but I thought it's important to have my say today and to listen to what you were saying. But also to remind you that there is a much larger city, and that the people that live in the west end of Ottawa, that complain about the miserable traffic coming in and inundating their communities from Canada, the people that live in Councillor Eglai's ward and Councillor McRae's ward and Councillor Shirelli's ward, and complain about those bad Barrhaven people that are polluting the roads and causing roads to need, and Barrhaven and beyond, Councillor Moffat's area. And Councillor Moffat and I complain as much as they do, because we're often trapped in the same situation. Bottom line is that you look at other centres where they've invested in transit and they've done it ahead of time, like in Lyon, France, for example, where in their suburbs they made that offer. It makes a difference. So it's going to be better quality of life for most people in the city once there is an opportunity for people who are currently forced to have more than one car, some cases 4 and 5 cars, because they've got a lot of kids in the burbs and et cetera, and that they need to have the option. So it's important. It's important for everybody in this city, and I want that to be front and center. But I think that it's really the piece that is got to be said is that the municipal level of government does not live in a world where money is no object. City of Ottawa does not have that luxury. In our world, money is an object every single day for our level of government, every single day. And with all due respect to the NCC, our members on council are democratically elected to move the city forward, Mr. Chair, while the NCC's board members are unelected, unrepresentative, and unaccountable. For all of its imperfections, and we're not perfect, and God knows, the media reminds us, and most of you do, often, more often than you ever say, pat us on the back and say you did something half good. The City Council is the only democratic representative and accountable level of government that has jurisdiction to move the city forward when it comes to public transit matters. And so today, those of you that are voting, and I will be voting next week at Council to move the city forward, that's what we're doing today. And yes, for the time being, we're going to continue to work with the NCC to take residents and the NCC suggestions into account. But make no mistake about it, the coffers of the taxpayers in this city are not a bottomless pit. And we will not put our hands in them at the whim of an unelected body who really has to this date shown no consideration for those very values that we deal with on an everyday basis. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harder. Seeing no one else on the list, I'll take this opportunity to wrap up. First of all, I want to thank the members of the community that have come out. I feel that we started a process a number of months ago, and we've got to know each other a lot better through the open houses and the meetings. And I mean that quite sincerely. Your input has been very helpful in allowing us to put a better product on the table. And we would not have been able to do that without you. The people that are going to use the system, the people that are going to live near the system. So I thank you very much for that, because you've made us do our job better. I want to thank staff who have responded to the concerns and the questions and the needs of the community and the NCC and of the councillors. I know they've put in many, many long hours in getting us to this point, and we have challenged them today from a budgetary perspective, from a planning perspective, from an engineering perspective, to put in many, many more hours between now and 2018 and beyond to make this project work. And I want to thank my colleagues on this committee and on council that shouldered a lot of the public consultation, a lot of the discussion. And I want to also thank the Mayor's office for their support and the Mayor for his support for this project. I'm confident that we are going to continue to make progress and that we're going to continue to enhance our designs and create a system that is going to meet the concerns of the community and the NCC. I want to address the party that's not in the room, and in a slightly different way than Councillor Harder. We have a long history of working with the NCC on many projects, and they have their processes and we have ours. Over time, they certainly can collide, and we've seen that over the last little while. But they can and they do coalesce, and they can and they do run in sync. We've seen it time and time again, and I'm confident that we're going to see it in this particular project. The people who sit on the NCC board, and their political bosses, if you want to use that term, they're well aware that the City of Ottawa needs this project, that the City of Ottawa residents want this project. Whether they be in the suburbs or in the core, they want it, they need it. And that's not lost on the NCC. I know that. And we have had excellent discussions with them, communications with them at a staff level that have been going on for a number of years, that will continue to go on. And I hope, as I say, they're not in the room right now, but I hope that they understand by the motion we're putting forward today that we're saying we want to continue to build on that relationship. We have a 50-year relationship with that organization. We want to continue to build on that. We want to continue to make this city a better place for the people who live here, the people who work here, and the people who visit here. And I believe quite firmly that we can do that. If you recall, I asked staff, I challenged staff, can we respond to the concerns of the NCC and the community and stay within our budget? Because as many of my colleagues have pointed out, at the city level, frankly at any level of government, money does not grow on trees. And staff has risen to that challenge so far, and they say that they will continue to rise to that challenge, and they will make it work. And they will bring it back to us with some changes. And those changes may be the size of the location or the design of the stations. It may be some slight alignment changes. We're going to challenge the engineers and the consultants to sharpen their pencils and put on their thinking caps. And I feel very positive about this. It's been a bit of a bumpy road to get here through the open houses and the community meetings, but they've been valuable. The input has been valuable, and now it lays at the feet of the consultants and the engineers and the staff to make it work. And I challenge them to make it work. I challenge them to make it work within budget, because we cannot lose sight of that. We cannot lose sight of that because, as our treasurer pointed out, there is an envelope, and that envelope is to be spent on transit projects throughout the city. We have to look to the east. We have to look to the south. This is truly a city-building exercise that we're embarking on, and we're asking the NCC and the community to be our partner in that, as they have been in so many other projects. So I guess what I'm simply saying is I'm inviting everybody. I'm saying all aboard this light rail. Let's make it work. Let's make it work for the city. Let's make it work for the community. And let's make it work for the NCC. So I'm going to call the vote now, and we have a number of votes. We have the motion that I tabled in reference to the NCC. But the first one we're going to deal with is, sorry, it's been a bit of a long day. The first one we're going to deal with is Councillor Clark's motion, which is on the screen, which is to amend recommendation 2 of the report to add that staff ensure that the work plan for the functional detailed design include consideration of all mitigation measures detailed in the staff report, as well as the concerns raised by the community and by the public delegations heard at the Special Transportation Committee meeting July 10th, 2013. Is that carried? Carried. Then there is the motion that I put forward in relation to to our working relationship with the NCC and our continued commitment to do so. I hopefully don't have to read that all again. Is that carried? And finally, there is the report itself as amended by Councillor Clark's motion. And is that carried? Thank you very much. And we are adjourned.